Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everybody. Well, finally, after 3 years, we can finally meet up together. I'd like to greet our speakers who are at the top table. I'd also like to greet the young people in the room, because speaking to your pupils and students is always a great opportunity. They're the people who've come from Europe, and as we were saying yesterday, jokingly, it's going to bring down the average age of the participants in this general meeting. I'd also like to greet all my colleagues in the different parts of the sections around Europe who listened in on the live stream. From a technical point of view, you have interpretation in English, French, German, and Greek. I'd like to thank the interpreters in advance for that. Our morning session is going to involve 6 speakers. Well, 3 speakers are going to give us a welcome speech, and there are no questions for those speakers. And then you can keep your questions for the next 3 speakers. And it really is an extraordinary honor for us to have this list of brilliant speakers. I'd like to thank the Greek authorities for being with us, even though there was a last-minute issue. We know that things these things go like they go, but we're very, very proud to and honored to have you all here. So, thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to welcome you to this General Assembly. We have this morning a special session with distinguished speakers, and I would like me too to say that I'm grateful that they found the time and they are available for us. We will start with Mr. Christos Dimas, who is Minister for Research and Technology. So he's a member of the Greek government. What is special to him is that he's elected in this very region of Corinthos. So he's a member of parliament, and in addition to that, he's a member of the Greek government. So I would like to give him the floor and to thank him that he found the time to be with us. Minister.
Good morning. First of all, Mr. Vice President of the European Commission, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here with you. On behalf of the Hellenic government, I would like to welcome everybody here in the city of Loutraki, in the region of Corinthia in Greece, and I really hope that apart from the fruitful discussions that you will have the time to enjoy the area, to see the antiquities, to meet people from the area and appreciate your stay here in Greece. I would like to say that in the previous decades, Greece had, the Greek public opinion had a very strong support for the European Union. And that had to do, of course, with the important support that Greece did receive from the European Union. In fact, in the Eurobarometer, Greece used to be one of the Greeks used to be one of the top supporters of the European Union. This did enable a lot of Greek governments, consecutive Greek governments in the previous decades, to legitimize crucial, important structural reforms in the name of Europe. However, in the last decade, especially after the financial crisis in Greece, support to the European Union has shrinked, and it has shrinked considerably. And in the last few years, one of the targets of the Greek government is to better inform the Greek public opinion about the importance that membership has to our everyday life. And I think that in the last 3 years, we have seen support for the European Union grow. Of course, all of us around the European continent share common values, common beliefs that has to do with democracy, with the belief in the free market economy, freedom, free movement of goods, services, of capital, of people, and we want to see how we can even further strengthen these bonds. At the same time, though, we are facing common challenges and difficulties, especially in the last months with the invasion of Ukraine, with the war in Ukraine, in our European continent, with the energy crisis, with the climate crisis, and we have to see how we can have unified, strong, determined decisions that will help us deal with these multiple crises. So I will stop here. I do wish that you have a very pleasant stay in Greece, that you have fruitful discussions, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address today's conference.
Καλημέρα, καλή εβδομάδα. Aiace is good morning.
In Corinthos and Loutraki.
We are all in Greece. We are very happy to have you here after all these 3 morose years. Nous espérons que votre séjour sera magnifique comme le soleil.
Have a magnificent stay, just like the lovely sunshine that came out yesterday. And now Mr. Carbonis is going to continue.
Ah, pardon, excusez-moi, mais
Sorry.
j'ai un peu trac. Θα ήθελα να σας παρουσιάσω τον κύριο Νανόπουλο.
Je voudrais vous présenter M. Nanopoulos.
I'd like to present Mr. Nanopoulos. He's on my left. He's the mayor of Corinth, the mayor who has always stayed by our side. For every question we wish to put to him, he's very proud to welcome us here. And we gave him the chance to show us once again how the Greek people can always offer a great welcome to any visitors. Thank you.
Dear guests, good morning. For the benefit of the Greeks who are very interested about the results of this assembly, please allow me to speak in Greek, and as far as I know, there is simultaneous translation that you have the benefit to understand what I'm talking in Greek. Αξιότιμε κύριε Αντιπρόεδρε.
Distinguished Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Margaritis Kinas, distinguished Mr. Diamandouros, Mr. Stavros Dimas, Mr. Christos Dimas, Mr. Rosakis, the President of today's Assembly, Mr. Karvounis, Ms. Vambakidou, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the municipality of Corinth, I'd like to welcome you to the city of Corinth. My colleague, the mayor of Loutraki, unfortunately could not attend, and I will represent him as well. I'd like to welcome you to Corinth, the city where Apostle Paul sent 2 of his most important letters, whose religious content and deepest and more profound concepts have shaped the European Union and the institutions. Here in Corinth, we have seen the development of the Corinthian rhythm, the style of architecture. Here, Aminopolis constructed and built the treaties, the boats that brought a whole revolution in trade and operations, etc. Here is the city of extrovertness with a symbol of Pegasus. This is a modern city that tries to utilize and tap into all the comparative advantage that it has, the significant geographic position, the coined canal, and everything that leads to economic growth. Also, it is of importance for me to welcome you to this city with a great history. Significant decisions have been made here that have had a global impact. I will simply refer to one of these. Here in Corinth, we have seen representatives of all the states of ancient Greece, and they jointly decided to appoint as their head Alexander the Great from Macedonia, and ran against the Persians. This was a decision that actually decided the world of the future, because there was the establishment of an empire from Greece to India, and science and culture from Greece were spread around the world. Does this remind you anything from first decisions that have been made regarding the creation of a Europe of the peoples, of the European Union? I think that it is directly linked to that. I believe that in the European Union, inspired leaders have decided and have managed, following international conventions and agreements, to create an economic union and promote growth and avoid conflicts. Nowadays, more than ever, I think that we are in need of the United States of Europe, following the footsteps of the United States of America, in order to have even more progress with the people. So this recent war in Ukraine has demonstrated the weakness we have in Europe to deal with crisis. This I say because so far the European Union has lost many things due to this conflict. If Europeans wish to have progress, they need to have powerful leadership and turn crisis into opportunity. There are many who are afraid of having a more powerful Europe and the European Union. We're afraid that this will be a Europe led by Germany. I think that this is not true, and the most the illustrative example is the Vice President, Mr. Margaritis Schinas. The European Commission has as a Vice President a Greek, and there are many Greek commissioners, such as Mr. Aiace, and there is always someone who serves in the European Union. Therefore, Europe follows democratic institutions and provides equal opportunities to everyone. I think that the enlargement of Europe will not be an easy thing to achieve, and we know that. But here in Greece, we have a good example. When the government of Greece decided to accede to the EU, the then Prime Minister Konstantinos Karamanlis had to answer the question: is Greece ready to accede to the European Union? Are Greeks ready to accede to the European Union? He said that we'll throw them in the water and we'll teach them to swim. And we managed to accede to the European Union, and thank God we have managed to be there. Otherwise, things would be much worse for us. So therefore, Europe is important, and we need to render it more effective. As former employees of the European Union, you are in a position to know that this is the right thing to do, and your opinion is of importance. We do want to hear your opinion to help us convince the public opinion and to proceed to further changes in the European Union. I would like to wish you a enjoyable stay in our region, and I hope that you will be leaving with the best of impressions following your stay. And of course, I would like to wish you success in the works of your conference.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your hospitality and for your warm words. I would like now to pass to another speaker, a very distinguished one, Mr. Stavros Dimas. Mr. Stavros Dimas is a former member of the Greek Parliament, former minister, and what it is more important for us, former European Commissioner, first on employment issues and then on environment. I would like to stress that when he was a Commissioner for Environment, he was one of the architects of the new trade of gas emissions system, which was put in place at that time. And he is also the architect of the European Civil Protection System, which was, when he arrived, a simple service, and then it became a very important mechanism which helps many countries, like Greece, for example, during the summertime. So thank you very much, Commissioner, for being with us today. The floor is yours.
As you can see, I came here to listen better to what you're going to say about me. Thank you very much. Anyway, it's an honor and a pleasure to be with you today. And I hope that this Congress will be successful. It was postponed for 2 years. And I hope that its works will contribute to the aims of Aiace, which is to promote and serve the present and mainly former members of the staff of the European institutions. At the same time, I hope that you will have a good time in Greece, in the area of Corinthia. And I've seen that you have already visited ancient Corinth and also the canal, which is one of the interesting places in this municipality. I have to tell you that I'm not only a former member of the Greek Parliament representing Corinth, I was elected for 10 consecutive times, but also a resident of this municipality. I live here, and I'm really proud that every morning when I go out of my house about 500 meters away, I see a big billboard saying that this urban wastewater project was co-funded by the European Union. And so everybody knows what European Union is doing for the infrastructure projects and also for the well-being of Greece and the other members of the European Union. I'm not going to speak for long, although I was used to speak quite a lot of times, and the opportunities now are very rare. I'll tell you that when I joined the Commission, as Panos Karvounis said, for a few months I had social affairs. Then I became Commissioner for Environment, Climate Change and Civil Protection. I'm very proud that when I left the Commission in 2010, 6 years later, 3 different commissioners took up the duties, one for environment, one for climate change, the third one for civil protection. Just I remember now that when I joined the Commission, Romano Prodi was the president, and he saw me concerned about certain issues. So he took me with him, and he told me, "Don't worry, Stavros. It took me about 18 months to go to learn to go around the Commission. He was a wise man. Actually, in order to see whether somebody has understood how the European Union works and is effective and has results, is if you ask somebody to tell you what comitology is. Margaritis, comitology is the key to the solution of various problems of competence and not having the right powers, the Commission, especially the Commission, they have the way to go around. But ask somebody to tell you what comitology is. If he gives the answer, then he knows what the European Union is about. About the crisis that we are facing now, we had a crisis with the pandemic. I hope it's going away, and this is the reason that I did not use my mask, which I have left it over there. We shall see the results. And then we had the invasion and the prolonged war in Ukraine. And the mayor of Corinth was right that Europe is losing a lot. Yesterday I read an article in the New Yorker, very influential magazine, which was underlining that the United States, the big oil companies, the American big oil companies, have historical profits from the crisis. Prices going up, profits going up, billions of euros, of dollars, and they are doing actually, the right words were sitting on their hands, doing nothing. Because what they look at is only the shareholders' results, and they are very pleased with the results. President Biden has appealed to them to increase production, but the production is going up. It's not going up. It is lower than it was in 2020 before the pandemic. It was some relation 13 then, 11 now, billions of barrels of oil. So the companies, the big American companies are doing almost nothing. And this is, the information is coming from the American sources. So America is gaining from it, Europe is losing, Russia is losing. The only bright point that I see from this crisis is that every crisis unifies Europe more, strengthens the unity among the members of the European Union. And this is actually the positive thing that I can see from the crisis. I'm not going to say more, but the mayor of Corinth said about St. Paul. St. Paul sent actually, as he said, 2 epistles, 2 letters to the Corinthians, but actually 2 were 4, in fact, because the 2nd Corinthian epistle was actually 2 together, 2 separate ones, and the first one mentions another one which has not survived. So there were at least 4 epistles to the Corinthians. And why so many letters to the Corinthians? This is what I said to my son Christos when he wanted to be a candidate for election in this area, that St. Paul encountered more problems in Corinth than in any other place where he was establishing churches. And he said, he writes it himself, that if I solve the problems, if I persuade the Corinthians, then I shall be encouraged to do the same thing in other parts of the known world. So Corinthians are difficult, they are arguing, they are proposing, debating, but they are intelligent people. As the mayor again said, Corinth is a cosmopolitan city. At the time of St. Paul was bigger than it is today. It was cosmopolitan, pleasure-devoted city with a lot of wealth and a lot of commerce, and so it was very important for the world in that era. And And St. Paul, the apostle of the nations, is actually somebody who perhaps could be an ideal for the European Union. He was a Judean, he was Greco-Roman, he wrote in Greek, and actually, I make a parenthesis here, his epistles, his letters, are written in Kini Greek, in common Greek, the language spoken at that time, about 50 years after Christ's death. And if you put the epistles, if you give them to a taxi driver in Athens, he will understand more of what he is saying than a similar taxi driver in London will understand from what Shakespeare is writing 1,600 years later. So this is for the continuation of the Greek language. Finishing with it, I can say about the canal, which you visited yesterday. This was, the idea of the canal was first belonging to Periandros, was the ruler of Corinth 600 years before Christ. Then Julius Caesar and Caligula wanted to build it, but the one who started works was Nero, Emperor Nero. And there is something, Mr. Mayor, I just draw your attention because there is a problem there. There is a sculpture on the walls of the canal of Nero, which is not very well known and is suffering from various problems, is falling apart. You will tell me Nero, okay, but Nero was the one who started the canal, and he dug about half of it, 3,300 meters. The canal is about 500 meters, but he had to quit because a revolution took place in Rome, and they killed Nero. He went back. He was in Greece at the time. So the canal was built 1,800 years later. And this is a great, actually, infrastructure project in our area. I'm not going to say more. I like to speak about Corinth and my area. Actually, from where I live, I can see across the sea, and I see Kechrie. Kechrie is where St. Paul lived for about 2 years. And actually, he practiced tent making and rope making in order to live. One more thing. The difference between ancient Greek philosophy and St. Paul's Christian concept was that the three words are important: faith, hope, and wisdom for the Greeks. Faith, hope, and love for St. Paul and for the Christian dogma. Thank you very much.
Voilà, je voulais remercier nos trois orateurs
I want to thank our three speakers for the depth, but equally the simplicity of what they just shared with us. This is a good start to a working day with these inspiring words for Europe. They're always needed. So it's a pleasure to have heard from you. Thank you once again. And just once again, I want to thank the mayor of Corinth, who has helped us so much financially and with his efforts. We appreciate it so much. Thank you. So now we're going to have further speakers. I want to thank Mr. Skinas, the Vice President in charge of European Way of Life, the museum, Mr. Aiace as well, former Vice President of the Court of Human Rights. I want to begin now. Mr. Skinas, Mr. Skinas, I had a WhatsApp from our former president, Joaquin, this morning, said, have a nice day and don't forget to kiss Mr. Skinas for me. I was surprised. But bingo, at breakfast, I actually had the chance to give you a kiss. So it was a great start to the day. Mr. Skinas, you are the only example, to our knowledge, of a civil servant who started as an administrator, an administrative position, who then became vice president of the commission. Just for that, we want to thank you, because you really are a civil servant who worked their way up. And it's very important for us. And it's just for that I want to thank you, and I want to give you the floor now. Thank you so much.
Dear colleagues, first of all, let me tell you how delighted I am to see you all so healthy, so young, so full of energy. You are, all of you, the living embodiment of what retirement should look like, and the source of inspiration for those of us who are coming closer to that threshold. And seeing so many of you with whom our professional paths have crossed for over 30 years now, reminds me of this Spielberg film, Back to the Future, when you move to the future, but you meet people from the past. And it's a delight to be able to welcome you in the country, which is the world symbol of philoxenia, a country which is meant to open its arms for everyone who wants to take some time, think, reflect, and have a good time. Vous allez me permettre, comme je le fais toujours chaque
Allow me, like I always do when I speak in my country of birth, to be able to speak in my mother tongue. I'll give you just a few seconds to sort out the interpretation.
Prior to starting, may I make a very special reference to Mr. Stavros Dimas. I have been able to liaise with Mr. Dimas for at least 6 years while he was commissioner representing his country, and he has been an asset, to say the least, to the public life of this country as a top administrator and minister ex-commissioner. And indeed, it is a special, very exceptional honor for me to meet with him right now, me in my capacity of vice president, he a very happy retiree in Corinth, the city of his heart. I have to say that all these 6 years he spent in Brussels, he kept bugging us about how lovely Corinth is. He never stopped speaking about Corinth from morning to evening, and although he was also very much keen on speaking about the environment, his big love, and another kind word for Christos, him being one of the most dynamic assets to this government of Greece, and has a bright future, accomplishing a very important task in this country. Research, a very sensitive domain in which Greece may be expected to have the most remarkable results for the year to come. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, you having delved in institutions for so long and are very familiar with how the institutions machine is functioning, may I start by sharing with you how dramatically interesting those 2 years behind us have been. We all know what this period is we're talking about, but it is far from being able to be reflected in history. But you who have seen how the institutions are functioning under normal conditions, had you the opportunity of opening the door to Berlaymont and accessing the buildings of the Commission over these 2 years, you would be met with things you never saw before. You would have seen our premises being empty. you would have been surprised to see the whole of Brussels being devoid of people. You would have been confronted with a desperate effort on our part to organize our system of defenses at the European level vis-à-vis these new threats we have encountered. But at the same time, you would have been able to realize things that no pro-European would ever fathom could be in the past. A task force at the level of the Secretariat, for example, that has been made to implement a recovery plan of some 700 billion euro worth through the EU budget. You would also have been able to see a new general direction on defense and space. You would also have discovered a new general direction called here, meant to protect and endeavor to prepare the health defenses of Europe in time for new challenges. Also, would you have been able to see a kind of European Union which, through the peace facility, has been acquiring weapons and armaments to the interest of the struggling Ukrainian people, and over these months you would have seen things that would be difficult to fathom, but also conveyors of hope, because under these very difficult and challenging circumstances, just as Mr. Villa said, once again has it been proven that the European Union is much more resilient than many would have expected, and many would not even be willing to expect. Well, we made it. We did make it, and we came through these unprecedented challenges. Not only have we been successful in doing so, but we came out of it stronger. We were able to implement, project, and also pay for the most ambitious vaccination program in the story of humankind, 5 billion doses of vaccines for all Europeans, safe vaccines, controlled, checked, and confirmed by European regulators, and we have been able to also export to the third world just as high quantities of vaccines, demonstrating once again that we are not just self-centered, we are also have a vision for the world. This super weapon of the recovery fund is a reality. We are also able to project the mobility certificate, thanks to which we were able to get our lives back. We issued 1.5 billion of such certificates, and this model certificate was imitated by no less than 65 countries around the planet, demonstrating once again how Europe may be the international shaper of standards, a standard setter. We therefore gave this kind of response to the challenges. We met them under very difficult circumstances, and just as the case is almost invariably, success is what really also sets expectations very high for whatever new challenges there may be come up in the future.
In which we are now called to operate are equally complex and rapidly evolving. First, we had a new phenomenon which we have never seen in our external borders, which was the instrumentalization of human suffering, of migration flows by authoritarian leaders who want to attack Europe by using migration as a tool, as a weapon in their political games. We saw this in the Greek-Turkish border in February 2020. A few months later, we saw it in the Spanish enclave, Northern Africa, Ceuta. And September 2020, we saw a massive, orchestrated, instrumentalized movement from the Belarus government against Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. So this is a new threat. This is something that we should deal with collectively as Europeans, and I'm very happy and proud that in all these blatant cases of direct attack to the European way of life, to the model of society we stand for, we were able to cope. And yet, another one, 70 days now on into this brutal, illegal war, which reminds us the worst chapters of our history, a war that even, I think, cannot be dignified with the term war, because in a war, you don't bomb maternity wards, you don't bomb hospitals, you don't kick out their homes innocent people, you protect the vulnerable. So we are now faced with this new situation. And there again, I must share with you that we found the right tools to cope first with the most immediate need that the war provoked, which was the massive movement of population out of Ukraine. This was the biggest population movement in the continent after World War II. 5 million Ukrainian refugees crossed into the European Union in the first days of the war. And in record time, and with a unanimous decision of our member states, we were able to activate this special temporary protection directive that gives to all these people immediate and unconditional access to our schools, to our hospitals, to our job market, and to the residence requirements. This is a very noble moment for Europe. We once again showed that we were able to defend this idea that everyone who flees from war and persecution can count on Europe as a shield. This is what defines us. This is what we stand for. This is what we call ourselves European. And I think this was also a moment that should make us reflect a bit, because those of you, many of you I'm sure, would remember that this directive, the Temporary Protection Directive, was drafted, was adopted in the year 2000 to be able to cope with a potential exodus from the Yugoslav wars, from Kosovo. That was never used. Who would have told us at the time that 22 years later we would have to activate it to care for 5 million Ukrainians who were displaced because of war in Ukraine? This is a moment of reflection to show how compact the historic time is in 20 years and how many things can happen in Europe in 20 years. So now we have the war. We are witnessing, because of the war, the birth of a new Europe. We are witnessing a Europe which follows from our pandemic response, which is a Europe of action, not a Europe of analysis. I think we went fast beyond the point of endless discussions, and now we are into the turf of action. Our strength and this newfound confidence in the international arena, this is a unifying factor. This is what keeps us together. And this is what constitutes the biggest response to what normal people, ordinary people from Corinth to Calais ask. What is Europe doing? This is the question that most of us would have to answer very often. So, what do you do about this? What do you do about vaccines? What do you do about the war? And for the first time, we have things to say. We are delivering. And this Europe of action, it's something that we should treasure. It's something that we should promote. It's something that we should defend. And it's something that we should use to pave the way for future decisions, some of which I will come in a moment. So, on the one hand, this success is under very difficult situations. Also shed some light to the, I'm sure that many of you would remember, the schizophrenic and self-flagellating debate that ensued in Europe when President von der Leyen announced in September 2019 that she was creating a new job in the college, a vice president in charge of the European way of life. Many of you would remember, most of you would remember, this incomprehensible debate where for weeks we were trying to agree amongst ourselves what is the European way of life. So we managed to disagree amongst ourselves on something that the rest of the world credits us for. And it was, I think, a huge mistake by certain forces in Parliament. A huge mistake. I'm looking that way, not to Alexander specifically, but that way. That they try to project a perception that the European way of life, it's a bulldozer. It's a us versus the rest thing. That somehow the European way of life, it's a tank that will crush everyone who does not look like us. It took me lots of time and effort in my hearing in the European Parliament, which, by the way, was the longest in the history of hearings in the Commission. It lasted for 3 hours and 22 minutes. It took me lots of time and lots of effort to try to explain that not the European way of life, it's not a bulldozer, it's a mirror. It's a mirror that reflects the diversity, the cultural richness of who we are, of what we stand for, the unity that derives from the fact that we're different. But at the same time, being different, we are also very much the same. We're democracies. We defend minorities. The role of women is guaranteed in society, in the family, and in the workplace. We're the world champions of human rights. We're the world champions of data protection. We have universal systems for health and education for everybody. We take care of our elderly, and there is no death penalty. Pieces of this puzzle you can find elsewhere in the world. All this together you can only find in Europe. I would add Canada, but Canada is also very European, as you know. So these successes also link to the validity of our model. And it would be a mistake, a strategic mistake, to project these successes in pandemic management, in our unified response to the war, without at the same time projecting that this does not come as an accident. This is the logical conclusion of something that binds us together and binds us together for good. Other than this Europe that protects, as Emmanuel Macron called it in his famous Sorbonne speech, which is of course migration, which we're trying now to build as a comprehensive, unified European system, because it may come as a surprise to some of you, but we do not yet have a common migration policy in Europe. We have a patchwork of regulatory solutions that produce everything that we do not like. The Morias, the Canary Islands, the Calais. We need a European system for migration management, and we're working for that. Part of this Europe that protects is also the security union, where we need to project and guarantee to all Europeans that they have equal level of protection against physical and digital threats. It's also health, where at the pandemic we have exhausted every last inch of competence under the treaties. But at the same time, we're building a new European health union with new structures like reinforced mandates for the agencies, EMA and CDC, the creation of a new structure, HERA, for emergency preparedness and response. All this is the Europe that protects. And next to it, it's another Europe, a Europe that empowers, a Europe of opportunities, a Europe of mobility, a Europe of education, of culture, of sports, of youth. And there too, we are developing many initiatives. I would only refer to two. First, the creation of a European education area by 2025, which is the convergence of our education systems through common curricula and on the basis of university alliances that we are funding, that would ultimately lead to something that Europe desperately needs, which is a common European degree. This would create, especially after Brexit, the conditions for the European Union to become a world destination for education, which we are not for the time being. Because people come to Europe to get a degree, a French degree, a Spanish degree, a German degree. By 2025, we have the ambition to be able to offer European degrees that reflect this European education area. And another top priority in the Europe that empowers side is, of course, the creation of skills. Europe needs a skills revolution. We have less people than we need, and we have considerable less skills in key areas that are decisive for our future, like the digital transition, where we miss about 300,000 digital workers, the green transition, we do not have engineers specialized in green technologies, but also we do not have people in the healthcare sector, we do not have people in the primary sector, and we do not have people for tourism. So this skills revolution is the second big priority on the Europe that empowers part. Chers collègues, notre mandat
colleagues, our mandate has opened our minds to the dimension of the crisis and the response that we must give. Far from somber predictions about the EU failing after Brexit or all kinds of catastrophes. In fact, today Europe is stronger and more solid than ever, and more united than ever. I don't think any of this would be possible without the solidity provided by you, the former officials, and the legacy you've left us. You helped to build the internal market. You built the euro. You established Schengen. You held the course, steering the European ship through the financial crisis. And you had the original, simpler setup for this Europe. Now we have the purchase of vaccines, of weapons, and the community funding as a lever for funding. And everything that you did during your professional careers has a lot to do with the current good state of the European Union. And we want to pay homage to you. I want to say thank you to you on behalf of the new generation of officials and also on behalf of the College of Commissioners. I want to reassure you that we maintain this European spirit that you helped to provide us with, and we are handing over this message to our successors. But this is not the end of the road. Where you are, or where we are, the Europe of the future needs to be different. It needs to be a Europe of citizens, a green Europe, a Europe that is far distanced from the bureaucratic view that many populists and Europhobes continue to label us with. And in that context, we now need to move on to the next step, the next stages, Europe of democracy, of opening and political legitimacy. That's what we need right now. That is the new set of goals, in my opinion. The European elections of 2019 sent us a very strong signal. That was the elections with the highest rate of participation of the last 20 years. That's what the citizens are asking for. They want more reforms, more democracy, more transparency, and more political legitimacy. The leaders of the European Union should not and must not be the product or the outcome of closed discussions in closed rooms or horse trading. You give me this, I give you that. It needs to be a fully democratic system for choosing European leaders. And that moment is coming closer. It's a moment that has to do with recommendations that have flown from the Conference on the Future of Europe. And one clear recommendation was, one, to organize a democratic debate across borders, because we don't have cross-border democratic discussions. We have local discussions. We have fragmented discussions. We need to have a trans-European debate. And we also need a transnational idea underlining the choice of our leaders. And the European Parliament recently voted in favor of transnational lists for MEPs, or for a certain number of MEPs at least, which I think is a first initial step to bring in this legitimacy that we're still lacking. And secondly, defense of the Spitzenkandidaten system, the lead candidate, where we can establish a clear, direct link between the political grouping that wins the European elections, providing the president of the European Commission. These are the two elements that I think are very important for forming this democratic future that we still need. And let me round off with those words. Let me say that it's a privilege for me to be perhaps the only official from an institution which, or who came at the bottom of the food chain, if you like, and came in to the Commission. Other officials like Irene, who came in as a chef de cabinet, directors, and so on. I gradually climbed up the ladder, and let me say that one thing that I've learned along the way is that the strength of Europe is much, much more decisive than several governments and their ministers believe. Our force is the force of good. Nobody wakes up in the morning in Brussels to say, right, what are we going to do today? No, that's not how it works. It's a rules-based system. We are bound by the treaties, by the statutes, by the rules. Nobody makes things up as they go along. Nobody improvises. We have an institutional context that is a solid framework. And all the crises that we've been through, the crises that have marked my career, I remember still the food security crisis, dioxins, the mad cow disease. People said if Europe cannot guarantee the quality of what we eat, why do we want a Europe at all? And now we have the most sophisticated system for food safety in the world. If you go to a supermarket in New York and you look at the part that says European food, it's the most expensive, it's the one with the highest quality, it's got the greatest number of checks. The same with the financial crisis. We had nothing. The house was on fire, and we had nothing at the time. We didn't have EFSS or ESM, didn't have any money, we didn't have any buffers, but we built a response which allowed us to save the euro, to save the member states. The same thing with the pandemic, now with the war in Ukraine. The message, the big message for me is very clear, and I'm sure it is for you too. We are a force of good, and we can be of help. So let's not miss the opportunity to tell people what's what and to defend our work and to say that the only future, the only possibility for Europe to survive in this uncertain and difficult world is to work together. Thank you so much.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président, pour ce...
Thank you very much indeed, Vice President, for that very inspiring speech. We need to be inspired. And let me reassure you that if you manage to become a 7 level, I'm sure you will pass your oral exam with a speech like that. Well, let me say it was an A8 concours. So even more heroic then. It really was the start of the food chain back then. I'll give the floor to the speakers, but just 2 points you raised. Crises help to move us forward in Europe. Unfortunately, we have these crises. We have the war in Ukraine. Also, you talked about protection. Let me say, I see all of my friends who are women here. We have a draft directive to fight against violence against women. Finally, thank you for that. And I wanted to ask you a question about enlargement. I'm sure you're expecting that. I recently read an article by Bernard Guetta, the MEP. I'm sure you know about it. I'd like to know your opinion of this several speed Europe. Ukraine, Moldova, and other Balkan states, if they're going to be able to come in quickly into the EU, we're going to have to change the rules, change the treaties. We'd like to hear what you think will happen. What is your view of these very interesting subjects? Because with this several speed Europe, there could be a certain amount of populism popping up that you will want to fight against. So let's hear from you on that. Well, for me, that's an easy question to answer. I am against all and any alternatives to a la carte Europe, concentric Europe, where people are some are in the Champions League and others are in the amateur soccer league. That would be a strategic error, in my view, to have such a system with a variable geometry, with a sort of house with several different floors. And I'll tell you why, because it would demotivate accession candidates, countries who are really invested in reforms, bringing about political consensus to reach accession. Suddenly what we'll be doing is moving the goalposts and saying, no, it's not accession now, it's a different thing, whatever it's going to be called, we don't even know yet. And, we'll work it out as we go along. Ukraine, UK, Turkey. So if you are a country like Albania or North Macedonia, and you've invested enormous efforts in your pre-candidate phase, what sense would there be in carrying on with this if the goalposts are moved? I dream of a united Europe, a Europe for all, a Europe where there will be no Champions League and amateur league football, but nonetheless a Europe that will not make enlargement into a kind of area where there are rebates, where there's horse trading. No, we have to maintain social, economic, democratic standards. We have a need for reforms, yes, but a system in which candidates can pass the test. And for them to do that, they must be members who are coming in to the European Union. This is one of the rare occasions where I disagree with Emmanuel Macron. I agree with him on the defence of Europe, but here on this point, I don't think Mr. Macron is on the right track. No, Europe must remain united. The all on the same level playing field. Well, that's very clear indeed. Thank you. We're going to try and help you in our humble way to achieve that. Let's start with our young students who I'm sure have learnt a great deal this morning. Do you wish from the schools to ask any questions? You're going to need a microphone to be able to be heard and interpreted. Don't be scared. We've all been through that. We've all been young students who are nervous about speaking in public, but then we've all become great actors. So you can overcome your stage fright.
So you can all hear me. I have the following question. Within this framework where we see a general need for digital transition and adoption of new technologies in every sector of the European policy in our daily lives, in the lives of European citizens. I have a specific question vis-à-vis monetary policies. Is there a perspective to adopt a CBDC, I mean a digital blockchain currency, maybe not similar to cryptocurrencies, but a differentiated currency that could coexist together with the traditional euros, combining the stability and the prestige of the European Central Bank with the advantages such a technology provides transactions. I have to tell you that I like your question a lot, because this is one of the questions that only the youth, the European youth, is able to put in such a clear way. For many of us here, it might be difficult to understand the point of the question, what you have actually in mind. Well, the creation of a European digital currency is not at all a simple case. It is not a simple case because still it hasn't been applied by states that do have an independent monetary policy, such as the UK regarding pound sterling pound. There is no digital crypto sterling pound, nor have the Americans done this regarding dollar. There is no crypto dollar. Now, to us, in Europe, this would be even harder because, as you know, monetary policy does not lie within the hands of politicians in Europe. Open a parenthesis, fortunately, closing a parenthesis. So monetary policy is in the hands of the ECB in Frankfurt. This is how we wanted it, and this is how it should be. It is independent, it has been shielded against any kind of political intervention, and it is a decision that only the board of the European Central Bank can make and discuss with the governments. Well, I have to tell you that I hear your idea and it's quite interesting, and I congratulate you for sharing this idea with us, but this is not an idea that came out following the conference on the future of Europe. I didn't see this acquiring a dynamic, but as we were saying earlier, in European politics, a year equals a century. You have seen what has taken place in the past 2.5 years. So my answer to that is that I don't see it coming soon enough. But of course, I cannot exclude it if the European Central Bank believes that a digital currency could help the monetary policy in general.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και θα ήθελα...
Thank you. Good morning from me as well. I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate. The truth is that I have two questions. I'll start with the first one. The European Union consists of many different states. There are many different member states, and many times supranational policies are in conflict with national policies. How can we deal with that? And in fact, this goes to show that citizens of each member state must have accepted the presence of the European Union. How it can be legalized and legitimized before the eyes of each citizen from each member state in order for it to operate as a whole.
First of all, I have to say that I'm very glad we engage in this dialogue between the young Europeans and the pensionees of the European institutions. I would like to congratulate you for the organization and the questions. So I was saying that in the European Union, we have an institutional and legal frame based on common legal and regulatory background. No government, no institution by their own can create whatever they want. We have procedures. The European Commission proposes laws. It has the monopoly of initiative, and the European Parliament and the Council of the Ministers co-decide. The European Parliament is legitimate because of the European elections. And to the ministers, of course, Mr. Dimas participates in this council, of course, are members of the national governments. So in this system, depending on the issues debated, we always end up with agreements. Depending on the issue, the agreement, as a rule, is a majority agreement, and in very, very few cases, we have to decide unanimously. The only cases is taxation and also foreign policy. In the other cases, majority vote is sufficient. So I have to answer about this balance between the national and supranational interests. So through this system, all governments negotiate their national positions in a framework allowing them to be part of the final agreement. So the talent the ministers have is to manage to have the national positions merge in this supranational agreement, and the talent of the commissioners is to form proposals in a way that will make them easier to be commonly agreed on. So we have this time of game. So actually it is the institutional ping pong, table tennis. Many of you are aware of this, and it seems that the system works, and we avoid the national, your fear rather that the national interests are not taken into consideration. Of course, in some cases, some states are in the minority, but these cases are becoming less and less. We're always looking for a wide agreement, and in most cases, we are successful in this. I would like to add something, says Mr. Diamandouros. I would like to ask you, maybe you're already doing it, but you have to resist the temptation of thinking that the European Union is a construction which is a national state on another level. The European Union is not like this, and it shouldn't be like this. It's a supranational creation having different rules allowing for what Mr. Sinas just described, synthesis before decisions. So please avoid this syndrome of having this extension from the national to the supranational level without changes. The things are different on the level of the European Union to the bride. May I add something? Yes, I would like to add that especially my generation, I'm 42 years old, and some things were taken for granted for us. And maybe we have to fully realize that nothing is to be taken for granted. And in the European Union, we have managed to achieve peace for many decades. This is a very important first step. Then there is financial development, which is noteworthy. And the European Union and its policies have led to improvements in our daily lives, in the workplace, in entertainment, technology, environmental protection, infrastructure, common agricultural policy, research and innovation policies, policies for education. So the European Union is there in all details of our lives, and sometimes we don't even realize this. And what is noteworthy is that it improves things, it improves our daily lives. Especially in Greece, I think, and actually I said so before, all political parties and citizens haven't really recognized the contribution of the European Union. And maybe, Vice President, this is also something for the European Union. The European Union has to bridge the gap between Brussels and the daily lives of the citizens, because our lives have been improved because of the European Union, and this is the challenge for the European Union and the Commission, especially you, your role. You have to put the message across that the European Union has greatly improved the quality of lives of all citizens. Of course, there are going to be disagreements, and sometimes heated disagreements, and the European Union cannot solve all problems for us. In many cases, the European Union has proven that it comes in late in decision-making, but the reason for being late is exactly because the European Union tries to respect the differences between the member states. So it's something we have to fully realize, we have to think about it. And of course, all institutions have to make the European Union more visible, a union with a human face, and more effective in decision-making.
Il y a encore un doigt levé là-bas.
I see there's another hand raised at the back, and then perhaps we'll let our colleagues have their say. Yes, please, go ahead.
Αρχικά σας ευχαριστώ για τις απαντήσεις σας. Θα ήθελα επίσης να θέσω και το δεύτερο ερώτημα.
Thank you for your answers. I would like to raise a second question. A basic concern of the European Union is environmental protection. And indeed, I read that the objective is for the European Union to become neutral, climate neutral till 2050. And we also have digital transition to achieve this. But in order to achieve digital transition, we will need enormous amounts of energy. Given the war because of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, which leads to energy crisis, and indeed, this is the reason why many countries are using lignite again to the detriment of renewable energy sources. So how can we achieve digital transformation without destroying the environment and the climate? Thank you. Yes, this is a very nice question, and very timely too. Now, let us remember the European objectives for green transition. Indeed, as you said, in 2050 we need to have zero CO2 emissions. This means that we'll be the first continent in the Europe with zero emissions. Secondly,
έχουμε μέχρι το 2030 έχουμε δεσμευθεί σε έναν ενδιάμεσο.
2030, we have this commitment of an interim objective of reduction of 55% as regards the Kyoto objectives Fit for 55, and especially what is most important for your generation is that this green transition in Europe is already underway. We will not wait for 2050 to green Europe. Europe is greening now. If you want to buy a diesel car in Europe, I just wish good luck, because it's very difficult to find such a car. And then, are you going to be allowed to drive this car in big cities? No, the biggest cities in Europe have very, very strict rules. And the banks, especially the European Investment Bank, lend more money to any scheme having to do with specific types of energy or fossils. And how about plastic straws? You cannot find them, and you can find less and less bottles like this. So I have to say that, okay, we have these ambitious goals, but somehow society, economy, and industry are running fast towards this transition. Of course, we have this war, increase in prices, especially in natural gas, which affects the prices of energy, is a good occasion to talk about our course. But be careful to reverse this course. The train is on track. There is definitely going to be green transition. But now we have this climate, the political and economic climate, and we have to create buffers of this shock. And this will be discussed by the prime ministers of the member states for the third time in 2 months by the end of this month in Brussels. They are going to find ways, first, of keeping natural gas prices low. Secondly, ways to be able to buy collectively buy energy, oil and natural gas, the way we did it for vaccines. If all of us buy together, prices go down and we have better opportunities of negotiating with the people that sell the products. So, part of this decision is this very ambitious funding, and of course we do have resources for this, funding for renewable energy sources and other alternatives such as hydrogen. So I have to say that yes, indeed there is going to be a green transition together with a digital transition. This will be the two wagers for your young generation. A young person will have this opportunity. Our generation was the generation of the internal market, the euro, and your generation will be the world of the digital economy and the green economy. This will be the model for your economy, so you have to become familiar with this. The sooner the better.
Thank you very much for those young people who had lots of questions for us. When I was saying at the beginning of this meeting that you were the future of Europe, especially for people who were born in Greece, the cradle of democracy, it's very important to have you here. So if you don't mind, perhaps I will hand over to the older generation and for their questions. Could you perhaps introduce yourself first, please?
Jean-Philippe
Raoul, former official from the European Commission. Mr. Aiace, you said quite rightly, well, you mentioned all of the efforts that the states have made to become members of the European Union. How can we ensure that these efforts do not stop once the state has become a member? Once some states become members, Some rules are broken, and we're supposed to just believe them. Perhaps we should look at the current rules and just how effective they are.
Répondre à plusieurs questions l'une après l'autre.
Several questions will be taken, perhaps, one after the other, but please go ahead. Well, perhaps if we play this virtual ping pong, it might just be more smooth. You're quite right, it needs to be said loud and clear. Our institutional texts, or constitutional texts, I should say, are texts which make an enormous distinction between candidates for accession and member states. There are a lot more rules that you have to respect in order to become a member than how you have to behave as a member state. That's how it is. We have the means, and I know that what you're thinking about, the rule of law, essentially, which governs the behavior. But essentially, we're talking about two governments here, which have become dominated by political forces and are trying to convince their citizens that Brussels is the new Moscow. They'd come out of one form of communism in order to then be subject to the diktats of Brussels. Firstly, now we see that the new Moscow is still the old Moscow. And we see that Brussels is the only form of support for the capitals of Warsaw and Budapest. We are there, side by side with them, to manage the migratory crisis. We're there to offer assistance with recovery plans. We're there to finance their infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So this argument, the diktat of Brussels, etc., falls flat. The second important aspect here is that the young people in those two countries are pro-Europeans, essentially, and it's just a question of time. It's a question of demographic change. If these generations of Poles and Hungarians manage to see the political attitudes at play, then things will change. Number three, and here I'm speaking on our behalf, in the former commission, under Jean-Claude Juncker, which I was honored to be the spokesperson, so I find it very difficult to differentiate myself from it, we opted for more of a... We opted for the Article 7 procedure, which, we must say, was the nuclear button, which means you trigger this procedure, you seek a majority, a highly qualified majority, to deprive these two countries of their voting rights, and it failed. Why? Well, precisely because nobody dared push the button. Nobody went for the nuclear option, and it was a failure. We have to acknowledge that. I see that. And I was the spokesperson for that particular commission. I defended it, but now I see clearly it didn't work. Within this commission, we've chosen something else. Rather than going along with the nuclear option, we've tried to be more surgical in our process. So what are we doing now? Attacking each and every infraction, every law that is broken, anything that risks violating a rule or community directive. There is an infringement procedure in place. And as you all know here, the infringement procedure is much more effective. It has an immediate result. And it goes to the court, and the court then can judge one way or another and can decide on sanctions. That is the way that we chose, infractions. And we saw many more results using that process. LGBTQI rights in Poland is one example I could give you. In legislation for NGOs in Hungary. And I hope that we will come to some agreement when it comes to the disciplinary matters of the goings-on in the Polish Supreme Court. All of this goes to say that you're right. Your observation is absolutely right. And we know that's how it works in our system. And that we need to be creative. We need to also have the political courage to pursue rule of law everywhere, and that's what we're doing.
Juste pour un petit point d'ordre,
Just a point of order. In 10 minutes, we're going to have a coffee break that will allow for the Vice President to go back to his proper work, to take his flights for Brussels. After that coffee break, we will also have the honor to hear from two further speakers. I think we have a question there at the back. The floor is yours.
Voilà, vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me? Yes. Verapar, former civil servant from the Economic and Social Committee. Not as flowery because we heard from people, and it can be difficult for us to take initiative sometimes. But in any case, I would like to speak to you about values. The values that you outlined, Mr. Chinas, which prevail across Europe in general. I want to just remind ourselves here that when I arrived in '61, our dream, and back then I had the same age as the young people back there, and that was to try and ensure that the CAP, our big project, it took up 75%, almost 75% of the budget back then, and we wanted to have an alternative. We wanted to have regional policy, for example. We had a dream to try and set new rules that would allow for regions that were not in a great position, like islands or mountains, etc., to be able to develop. When I left in 2006, the dream had changed, and it was more. Just allow me to read from this, please. We still lacked to have a proper defense system. Another thing was to look at the unanimity rule at the council. Now, you already spoke that this morning, maybe it's not so useful, but my question is more related to the values that I believe are cross-cutting and have been involved in all the different periods. Why do we still lack a proper tax policy? Why is there no proper tax harmonization across the European Union? And, of course, why do we not have proper protection systems in the European Union? Why are we still so reliant on the United States for our defense? Thank you so much. Just continuing this ping-pong allegory, maybe we'll cut you off just to give time for responses, but just allow me maybe. You spoke about a new structure called ERA. I must confess, I don't know what it is. So if you could mention that. We all know the names of the commissioners, the members of the cabinet, etc. We're all well aware, but the acronyms, that's something quite difficult. In any case, thank you for the questions. Maybe Mr. Skinas, if you can just keep continuing with the questions, and Mr. Skinas will be able to answer. Yes, right there.
Mein Name ist Dietrich Voss-Schlamberg, ehemals wissenschaftlicher Beamter der Euratom.
Ich habe eine Frage oder vielmehr eine Bitte.
Hello, I have a question, rather a question, Mr. Chinas. On your within your remit, you have to protect the European way of life. This way of life includes linguistic diversity. And I think the Commission should reflect that to a certain degree, especially when it comes to foreign communication. I know it's quite expensive. I know it's expensive to pay for interpreters and translators, etc. But at least when it comes to areas that are not so costly, we should think of language diversity. For example, there is the possibility now to translate texts automatically with machine translation. And as such, translators only need to review these machine translated texts, and that can be done very quickly. Further though, there are other areas that do not cost anything at all, and that's a symbolic visual presentation to people outside. I don't understand why the European Commission, when it comes to press releases, for example, that up in 2012, the year 2012, were not properly translated. At the speaking podiums, there was just indications as to where you could find websites. It seems like a bit of a neutral approach, to be honest. And we just saw names of commissioners in all languages. Now, I really had the feeling that that wasn't the best approach, and we saw that at the end of 2012. Now we just see the European Commission, Commission Européenne, and then we just see the two languages, French and English. We could perhaps change that, no? And maybe use the system that we used up until 2012. And the European Parliament, we see in the press room, for example, you can see the name of the European Parliament in all official languages. Perhaps the Commission could take their lead on that and act accordingly. And just down there, yes, but I think we do have to take questions, says the speaker.
Okay, merci.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Commissioner. I'm Claire Durand from the Legal Services section. Apologies. We met in a former life. I have a very specific question. You spoke about the difficulty to define your mandate. I believe that today, when it comes to the life and considering the war in Ukraine, we're seeing a conflict of ideologies and values of life. As a result, could you perhaps be more specific in terms of the parameters of your job itself, your mandate, and what you have done? And if there is a link, I believe the central problem for Europe is to reconstruct the links between Europe and the citizens of Europe. Thank you very much. What do you mean by that? Thank you. Apologies, says the speaker. We don't want to finish up, but it's true we have to stick to the time, so this will have to be the last question. Apologies. Hello, my name is Kiki Verlier. I am a former civil servant of the Commission. I want to just take advantage of the fact that this student spoke in terms of the role of the European Union in respective countries. Equally, I want to make reference to the response from the Minister, who has a large amount of responsibility in our countries and all member states when there is success. A success that responds to government plans or bills. There's always a large-scale presentation of the success that they've managed to achieve, and they're always patting themselves on the back. But when it comes to policies linked to their own political parties, and if there's anything that goes wrong, then they always claim that it's the European Union's fault, that the European Union are dictating that they act in a particular manner. We hear that we're going to try and overcome the hurdles and try and find exceptions. That's the discourse we hear. Now, it's true that the European Union have a large level of responsibility when it comes to the members, or the lack of information that is necessary in respective countries, but a large amount of responsibility falls upon governments as well, whom tend not to make the effort to inform their citizens of the success from the European Union, not just from what they have themselves managed to achieve personally. Thank you very much. Yes. I would take more questions, but anyway, I will respond. Just let's try and collectively analyze your dreams. You can see that in all of these dreams, we can see what worked and what didn't work. Now, within the 4 questions, there are 2 in which we were successful. Spending on agriculture is about 30% today, not what it was before. That is a European success. We managed to do this in a quite limited time period, and so we did it without leading to a deduction of income for farmers or a exacerbation of the quality of land. Now, I believe we're now really moving forward, and we're moving forward faster than expected in the area of defence. It was a taboo question for the European Union. We will not speak about defence, but in the current budget, 2021-2027, we have a lot of money set aside for defence. We have convergence now for our research, between our research programs. We have an agency for defence in the European Union, and we took the decision within the strategic compass to process, rather to move forward, and to have a real force of 5,000 soldiers, if that's okay to say, whom will be able to react on behalf of the European Union once should it be necessary. Look at the evacuation from the airport in Kabul, for example, where the Americans with 3,000 Marines tried to evacuate everyone. And we, as Europeans, we had 7 European missions at the airport. Everyone tried to evacuate their own. So, for defense, we are moving forward. Now, you are right in one thing, and that's the fact that there is a certain level of stagnation when it comes to our approach to taxes. And the reasons for that are quite clear, I think, to a certain degree. Tax is tax. But we have managed to make some progress still. We have certain brackets for VAT, we have rules for state aid that has to be used intelligently to attack any types of tax rulings. But you are right, we do not have a European framework for tax. Further, the unanimity rule and foreign policy is the same thing. Once again, there are questions we have to address. We have to try and move forwards. And I think the war actually will be a catalyst in that regard. Now, Zeus's wife, Hera, we use this because we know that she was the wife of God, so she knew everything that happens behind the scenes. And she was aware of everything. She was also very jealous. 100%. So we adopted this term for our new structure. Preparedness. Health Emergency Response Authority in English.
Emergency Response Authority, qui sera l'équivalent européen de ce que les Américains.
That's the European equivalent to the US BARTA, which is a type of alert mechanism for any types of threats to health, pandemics, etc., which allow for us to act ahead of time before the threats become a real reality. So on the question of languages, I believe that you're really preaching to the converted here. Multilingualism is a very important component of what I refer to as the European way of life. The European founders were very clear about that. This institutional parity had to be reflected in multilingualism for giving the possibility for all languages to be heard and spoken. Now, there was a different system back then. There were 6 member states. Now there are 27, and we have 23 official languages. The question arises then, what do we do with 23 languages? Do we do everything? Do we have to translate everything into 23 languages, or do we do what we can and do everything else in a more pragmatic manner? I think it's the second option, really, isn't it, the response? We have 3 sectors in which parity is completely guaranteed, whereby we respect all languages. That's the official journal. Everything that is related to legislation, that is done in every language. Interpretation for MEPs in plenary. And in press rounds, when there was a possibility to have a language regime for the press room, it was not economically viable to do it every day, but we did it for the colleges and the reunion of colleges. Now, you know, for certain meetings, we have the 3 official working languages, rather, French, German, and English, which seems pragmatic to me to a certain degree. We cannot have high-level members of the union who cannot speak the 3 working languages. This is a continuing fight, really. But we have to remember that the backdrop is not the same as it was before. I agree. We cannot just fall into the temptation of getting everything and putting everything through Google Translate. I do not agree.
I don't agree to having a kind of algorithmic approach to translation. But at the same time, we do need to combine institutional parity and language rights with the considerable use that we make of taxpayers' money. When Emmanuel Macron made his Sorbonne speech, he said that in his mind, Europe needed to protect and a Europe of opportunities, and Ursula von der Leyen took very careful note of that. And how this vice presidency for the European way of life, because we wanted to put under the same umbrella, under the same roof, the policies of protection Europe, migration, security, and public health, with the other family of community policies, opportunities, mobility, education, youth, culture, and skills. All of that, therefore, is the European way of life. And as I like to say, I'm very excited to have that responsibility and very proud, all the more so because I think that my job is the most anthropocentric job in the Commission. The anthropocentric approach. I don't deal with containers, tariffs, I don't deal with money. My concern is to be able to contribute to real life with migration policy, the new pact for migration, all that we've been doing for the pandemic, the Europe of health, skills, common European area, and so on and so forth. Your neighbour on the right wanted to ask you a question about that. Yes. On the question of multilingualism, that's very interesting. Allow me to say that for the seventh decade since it was founded, the court has decided to publish a volume on multilingualism. And I was asked to contribute something to that. And I totally agree with you, sir, with what Mr. Skinner has said when I was the acting European Ombudsman. I received a request from a German organization, Verband Deutsche Sprache, which of course was asking me why 2 languages and not 3 in that case. And I had to deal with that when I was in Spain, which was also difficult because Spain was also saying, well, okay, Germans, what about the Spanish, what about the Italians? I was in Madrid and I had to deal with that issue. Now, this volume will be coming out at the end of the year, and for me, my position on this is almost exactly the same as Mr. Skinner has just outlined. In other words, in principle, there has to be a balance between the 3 languages, but in reality, we have to establish priorities. If the priority is given for official debates and commission debates, that's one thing. But I insisted on the fact that it needs to be made absolutely clear that we cannot continue with a state of affairs where there are only 2 languages or even 3 languages used. Thank you. Well, I think it's time for us to take a coffee break. You can continue to discuss that with Mr. Lombard. We still have 2 keynote speakers, and we don't want to cut their time short. Well, I think I need to give a final response to this very pertinent question that's been asked, which is how to communicate, how to talk about Europe. The minister was also saying we need to do this. Okay, listen, I completely agree with you that we have a structural problem in European communication. You mentioned that very clearly. The fact is that even the most European governments systematically nationalize successes and Europeanize failures. That's just the way it is. Yeah, you can applaud, feel free. But don't applaud the diagnosis. Applaud what we need to do about it. It's true. And what really bugs me about this is that it's the most pro-European governments who, play to their own audience, their national audience. They know how to exploit the situation and nationalize successes. So what's the answer to all this? For what it's worth, this is what I think. 4 points, very simple things that I think we need to do, which I have tried to do wearing the different hats I've worn in the Commission. First of all, we need, and you need to hear this from someone who spent 30 years in the Brussels bubble. We need to de-Brusselize Europe. We need to get Europe out of Brussels. We need to stop projecting this idea that Europe is the Commission's press room. People like us, experts, MEPs. Sometimes I hear people say, she knows all about Europe, as if it were sort of, medicine or nuclear physics or something. We've got to get politics out of Brussels. We tried to do this with the new Frontex agency and on the border between Bulgaria, Hungary and Greece, with the dogs, with the border guards, with the vehicles. People understand that people are coming to where they live. Europe is coming to them. That has to be done. Secondly,
keep it simple.
Keep it simple. European politics is very complex. Several Dimas talked about comitology. It's all really complex stuff. The whole legislative process is complicated. I was trying to explain it to our young friends here. It's not easy to grasp, and we need to make an effort to keep things simple. I say this to MEPs too. They come with the freshness of politicians, national politicians, and sometimes in Strasbourg, they start to talk like officials, like fonctionnaires, instead of using or fertilizing Europe with the political simplicity. They fall victim to Eurospeak. Thirdly, we shouldn't try and do this all ourselves. Now, communication on Brussels is not an obligation for Brussels. It's an obligation of all governments, local authorities, national and regional lawmakers, mayors, farmers who receive European subsidies, the Erasmus generation who have a right and a duty to give back to Europe what Europe has given them. NGOs, and so on. This responsibility for community information must be shared among all the stakeholders. And finally, fourthly, we need more staff. We need a more personal approach. We need to imbue this with a more human approach. This is taken sometimes as being too dry, too detached. The thing is, when we, the oldest Erasmus student was 88. It was a Spaniard who had done his Erasmus in Italy. They brought him to Brussels, and he symbolized everything. He talked about Europe, he talked about mobility. This is somebody who's 84 years old. We've got to really use the emotional lever, the emotional communication. I remember Mr. Juncker, he was in Lisbon, and he stopped at the Benfica Stadium. The statue of Eusébio, a legendary Portuguese footballer, and he went and stood there in front of Eusébio's statue for a minute. The photo of Juncker in front of the national symbol does a lot more for Europe in Portugal than 1,000 directives and 1,000 fonctionnaires. So that's what we need to do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice President. Right, we would have been happy to listen to you all day and in fact all week. We very much appreciated your words, and we very much appreciate that you spoke to us in very honest terms. You didn't hide behind stiff words, so we need to give people time. We're going to stop for 20 minutes maximum, please, for our coffee break, and thank you very much indeed.
we decided to make some changes of the time schedule. Culture has no price, so we decided to continue, and we have a full hour now ahead of us. We propose to hear the two speakers and then to allow for a Q&A session at the end. It could be easier. I have the honor to address I don't decide. Who would like to take the floor first? Mr. Orzakis? Okay. So, we are going to listen to you, then to Mr. Orzakis. Then we have up to 1:15 to ask questions an hour from now. There will be many questions, I'm sure, because it's a different topic from the previous one. I want to thank you very much. Mr. Diamandouros, you have the floor. Allow me to remind you, Ombudsman from 2003 to 2013, former European Ombudsman. Thank you. So, I will begin with my mother tongue, and then if you don't mind, I will continue in English, so that it will be easier for the majority of people here to follow me, and to avoid any potential problems that may occur, and can sometimes occur with the interpretation.
Και το Aiace και όλους εσάς.
I would like to particularly thank Mrs. Vamvakidou and everybody
like to thank Mrs.
Vamvakidou
and say for
I just want to say, and this is not a compliment, that my 10-year experience in the European Union from the position of the European Ombudsman has taught me a lot and has given me a lot of pleasure. So, I learned that the level of communication I had through difficulties, through conflicts, through doubts, but anyway, the level of communication with the officers and the officials was very, very high, and I was very glad to have cooperated with you. I want you to know this because before the European Union, I was also the first European Ombudsman, so I could compare the Greek situation with the European. One of the major achievements in my office was the creation of this culture of communication. Of course, this was difficult, but I managed to communicate with everybody in the European Union. There were some initial difficulties because they were ambivalent towards me. When I asked to be able to talk with the officials, I was told, it's not for you, you cannot do it. I said, no, I want to do it. I want to communicate with these people, the people working for the European Union, because you are the link, the critical link between the European citizens and the European Union. This is why I wanted to say that I feel obliged towards people working in the European Union in all member states, based on my experience as European Ombudsman.
I've indicated I will continue with your permission in English, so as to spare you also the difficulties that occasionally come up in interpretation. And what I propose to do is to share some thoughts with you about how the European Union as an entity is likely to evolve, based on my 10 years as European Ombudsman, based on my de formation professionnelle as a political scientist, having taught about democracy for 40 years in various parts of the world, and having thought about democracy. a great deal. Why this introduction? Because I think that the major challenge in front of all of us as citizens, and the major challenge particularly for Europe in the years to come, is how to confront the issues relating to the evolution of democracy, by which I mean specifically the evolution of liberal democracy, which is the dominant form of democracy that has been in the last century or so, and which is also under pressure, if not attack, even within the walls in the last few years. I insist, therefore, that my concern is to explore the options for the evolution of liberal democracy, of which the European Union is an exceptional example, albeit incomplete. But it is an exceptional example. Why? Because liberal democracy, to define it very clearly and very simply and succinctly, requires not only free and fair elections and therefore political democracy, but also entrenched rule of law and a very robust system of human rights, about which Professor Rosakis will talk to you a little later. So you need these three elements to be able to speak about a liberal democracy. And my argument for you is that we need to think creatively and out of the box, if we can, about how we move beyond what liberal democracy has offered us so far, precisely because liberal democracy is under pressure, if not under attack, primarily by populists of many different variants. That's not the issue here. And these pressures pose a challenge for us. I will try and structure my argument, since time is very limited, around two axes. The primary axis of participation, and Mr. Schinas made multiple references to that, and I will profit from his comments and I will not belabor the point. But participation obviously is critical to the legitimation of the whole enterprise and critical to the legitimation of the liberal democratic paradigm. But the second axis, I will focus primarily on what I would call the quality of democracy. Quality of democracy is a very difficult to define, vague, evanescent, if you please, item, but it is critical because you can have different types of democracy. You can have democracies that are populist, democracies that are deficient, democracies that do not stand on the three axes of free participation, free elections, rule of law, and human rights. And therefore, quality of democracy, I think, is an extraordinarily important challenge for the future of Europe. Let me just say that I will use the label faute de mieux, the label of post-liberal democracy, simply to suggest the quest for the movement forward, without necessarily telling you that I have arrived at the ideal terminological item for that one. So two axes, participation and quality of democracy. As far as participation is concerned, lots of ideas have been circulating. Mr. Schinas already touched upon a number of them. Okay, so I will not spend too much time. Again, I'm mindful of the time constraints, and I don't want the Madame la Présidente d'intervenir, de me dire que pas de temps. Alors,
the chair to come and say to me that you don't have enough time. Please stick to the time.
I will insist on the importance of participation. I will say that what we need to do is find additional ways through which representation, which is the fundamental pillar for liberal democracy. Liberal democracy is representation, it is not direct democracy. Direct democracy is not feasible at the scale of the European Union, at the scale of modern states. It may have been good 3,000 years ago in tiny city-states, many of them in this country, but it clearly is not a feasible solution and a sufficient solution in the current day and age. So we need to find ways in which we can reinforce the capacity of citizens to participate, and Mrs. Schiller said lots of things about that. And this is part of what I also faced while I was European Ombudsman, the sense of disenchantment, the sense of detachment of citizens from what they perceive to be a distant bureaucracy. Nevertheless, I would say that how do you strengthen participation? Well, I think the first thing that needs to be done is we need to have uniform rules for election to the European Parliament. We need to be able to establish a certain degree of uniformity that will impart in the whole process of European elections an identifiable sense to which, again, citizens can relate. It is difficult to relate to a system where what they do in Norway is very different what they do in Malta, which again is very different from what they do in Estonia, and so on and so forth. Okay, and the creation of uniform rules, I think, would go a long way in creating a sense of belonging, of ownership, if you please. It's a very difficult English expression of ownership that is very important. Let me interject a comment apropos of something that Mrs. Schiller said. He said to you again about this issue of distancing and all that, that national governments tend to export the problem, Europeanize it, and then minimize or turn it around, or that in many countries blame it on Brussels is the easy way out. Okay. When I first assumed my duties as European Ombudsman in 2003, I traveled in the course of 1 year in all member states. You can be cynical and say I did it because I had another election coming up in 18 months and therefore I wanted to be re-elected, which is true. But my major aim was to be able to reach out and familiarize myself with the 27 member states. When I visited the Baltic countries, two presidents of the Republic, because as a rule, I visited the President of the Republic, the Prime Minister, Minister of Justice, the courts, etc., etc. Two presidents of the Republic with whom I met said to me very directly, Mr. Ombudsman, we're not prepared to exchange Moscow for Brussels. And I said to both of them, you must be kidding. And said, no, only partially. Now, that, in fact, is an indication of the fears, okay, in a number of countries, particularly those, don't forget the Baltic countries ceased to exist legally for 50 years. They were not under Soviet rule, they were incorporated. And that's why in the legal reality of these countries, and particularly, in all three of them, there is a huge leap. They kind of speak of things that happened in 1939 and then again in 1989, and they do not take into account what happened within this 50 years because legally they didn't exist. So it's a very complicated situation, and I was very struck by having two presidents telling me we're not prepared to exchange Moscow for Brussels. And it haunted me as I was an ombudsman. It haunted me as I was trying to come up with policies that would become more friendly for citizens. So, uniform rules for in the elections, in the European elections. I think a second major concern of empowering citizens and strengthening citizens would be to go for another thing that Mrs. Aiace also alluded to, which is simplify or provide greater transparency. Transparency is one of the major words for an ombudsman. You know, ombudsman lives and thrives in trying to promote transparency, very often creating great frictions with the administration at times. But that was what was fun about it. I enjoyed it because I learned from it. And hopefully my interlocutors learned from it. So greater transparency, particularly when, I'll give you a very funny thing. The farther away an agency is from Brussels, the greater the lack of transparency. And I can tell you that, and I can give you endless examples of my trips to the far edges of the Union, where they simply had no idea of the obligations they were under as agencies. The closer you come to Brussels, this is clearly. So greater transparency, particularly in the agencies, including the executive agencies, which of course are very much a part of the Commission. Okay. And lastly, again, Mr. Aiace mentioned it, I'm also a fervent supporter of the idea we need to find ways of going beyond unanimity. Now, at this point, unanimity is limited to two major areas which touch on the inner core of what national sovereignty is all about: taxation and armies and defense. It's not going to be easy. But Jean Monnet spoke about petits pas, grandes avances. So we need to move with that in mind as a motto. Let me turn now to the issue of quality, because again, time is very short. What I have in mind here is, how does one promote a civic culture that is European in nature? Okay. For those of you who are my compatriots, I point out that one of the great difficulties in rendering these notions into Greek is that Greek lacks a term for civic. It uses a term political, thereby producing confusion between politics and civility, esprit civique, etc., etc. That means the Roman tradition is weaker in this part of the world. The Greek tradition, naturally, is stronger, but we pay the price for it. So the idea is, how do you go about promoting the modalities for creating a kind of a sense of a civic participation, so that the participation that I'm trying to advance acquires a civic dimension. Let me give you a very bold assertion. It seems to me that in order to do that as a first step, you have to take account of the fact that the European Union, for historical reasons, which is not a national state, was built top-down. It was built top-down, and therefore its construction owes a great deal more to law than to tradition, than to culture, than to politics. That is the great strength of the Union, but it's also the great weakness. So how do you go about dealing with something which was constructed from the top down, okay, and therefore had to rely on law and on legal rules, and ultimately on the Court of Justice, which particularly after 1964, with a very major decision at the time, played a major role in shaping the course of European integration. My idea, which may surprise you, I'll put it to you in the way I usually put it in order to be able to challenge legal audiences, but this is said deliberately. I argue that there has to be life beyond legality, which of course upsets many lawyers, but my intent is not to in any way deny the rule of law. My intent is to argue that we have to move beyond the rule of law. We have to add on. We have to consider the rule of law and legal rules as the absolute minimum for the construction of a well put together entity, be it a national state or a European entity or a post-liberal order. Okay, so you start with law, you start with legal rules, and then you go beyond it. Meaning what? Meaning that you begin to incorporate in the notion of rule of law informal practices as opposed to legal rules, okay, norms, values, difficult, I realize, 27 states, I realize, but you incorporate, you expand the notion of the rule of law to include informal practices, to include, in addition to legal rules, values and norms. Doing so and essentially makes it possible for your successors, for the European civil service, if it were to adopt this kind of an approach, to be able to deal with citizens in a much more flexible and broader way. One of the highlights of my 10 years at the office was when I would have the argument sent back to me primarily from the Commission, because the Commission was 70% of all of my complaints. And why? Because the Commission is the biggest by far institution. So there's nothing pathological about the Commission. I want to be very clear about that. It was the inevitable result of the fact that it is, 36,000 at my time, employees, and therefore all of these things went to the Commission. The most egregious problem that I would have would be, Mr. Ombudsman, it's wonderful, but the law doesn't allow it. And the next step was, if the court were to compel us, we would accept your recommendation. And I can tell you I spent endless hours in being able to interact with the courts, at the court's permission, and with the court's support, clearly, and being able, in fact, to do that. And sometimes it took me 2 years for the turnaround. And usually the turnaround, again, in another dimension of de formation professionnelle, would never be, yes, you're right. The answer would be, we stand by what we said, however, we have reconsidered these conditions, and therefore we shall adopt a new policy henceforth. As an ombudsman whose role is to be able to promote the interests of citizens, for me that was more than enough. I was concerned to make certain that the policies of the administration would change so as to benefit the citizens. How this would be served was immaterial. Okay, so that the idea here is, how do you begin to incorporate norms and values into the notion of the rule of law by broadening and introducing another difficult term to translate in all the languages, fairness. Fairness is not easy to translate in every one of the 23 languages of the European Union. It is, however, an extraordinarily important element of the informal ways of doing things, and also part of the community method, if you please, which seeks to be able to come up with compromises. In the Latin cultures, of which mine is one, compromise is a dirty word. In this part of the world, it also has long memories of a different legal order. the Ottoman Empire, I want to make certain I speak to my compatriots. I'm not talking about Turkey. I don't want this comment to be interpreted as some kind of sub-rosa attack on Turkey. We're talking about a different legal order that was not part of the rule of law. That was part of the Ottoman Empire, and that's how it is. But why is that important for you? Because in the Ottoman Empire, in the absence of the rule of law, ultimately, decisions were taken in an arbitrary way, potentially in ways that were in fact injurious to subjects. And our concern here is how do you in fact gear the European Union forward into a post-liberal order in which you incorporate the notion of fairness into the rule of law. I'll put it differently because I've got to also finish it. The dominant legal culture of the European Union, which is based primarily on legal rules, is based on the adversarial logic of the courts. The courts are by definition adversarial. They're by definition finding for or against. The courts are not made and are not prepared, in fact, to come up with compromises. They're not made to come up with consensual solutions or friendly solutions. This is not part of the law of the adversarial logic of the judicial process. On the contrary, the very logic of an ombudsman is precisely to look for such solutions. In other words, if the adversarial logic, for those of you who are more familiar with economics, emits a sense of a zero-sum logic, I win, you lose. The alternative, which I propose should go into the post-liberal order, which is driven by a positive sum logic. Both you and I win. How can we find creative ways of finding solutions that will not yield the maximum expectation of one of the two parties, but will give sufficient satisfaction to both of them to be acceptable? And that is what when fairness comes in. To find not only something that is legal, which is minimal, but also fair, and therefore to, in fact, enrich the notion of the rule of law by the incorporation of the notion of fairness and positive sum solutions. Again, I'm mindful of my time. I will say to you that I've tried very briefly to suggest to you ways in which I can envisage the European project moving forward, because the European project is a process. It has no end point. It should not have an end point. It should be open-ended, so that each successive generation of civil servants, like the ones that you have been, can in fact move the project forward in inventive ways, and each successive generation can in fact help strengthen the quality of democracy, because ultimately if you have not only if you have a rule of law in which you incorporate fairness, you enrich and you improve the quality of that democracy. And that would be in fact a great triumph worth absolutely of the original visions of Jean Monnet and all his friends at the time, 80 years ago. Thank you very much.
Oh là là, quelle matinée enrichissante.
Well, what a very enriching morning we're having, hearing all of these. I don't know if Mr. Rosakis, the former judge at the European Court of Human Rights in the Council of Europe, we're going to listen to a legal perspective. Are you as flexible with the rules of law Well, I think it's quite provocative on your part. Thank you very much. Well, we don't want to have any misunderstandings here, do we? No, well, we'll see. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Rozakis. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I would like to express my appreciation to Mrs. Vavakousis for this kind of invitation, as well as all of you for being here present and having been attending this conference. Let me bring you to a different level of analysis that has nothing whatsoever to do with the past. And it is about the Ukrainian war, or the war waged by Russia against Ukraine. Of course, I would like at this point to stress that I come from a different kind of people who have not been of service ever to the European Union. I have been of service to the Council of Europe, and fatally, there are differences between these two worlds. One is supranational, the other is transnational. But there are also some similarities, and similarities lie in the notion of the court. The court being an organization eventually attempting to create a unification throughout Europe. It's a unifying process, actually, by way of jurisprudence. The Treaty of Human Rights, the Convention, is something quite fundamental when it comes to taking stock of these rights. From that point on, the wealth of jurisprudence that has been following the entry of that treaty is something tremendous, precisely because this is what exactly the court is trying to achieve, creating a state of play where there is a uniqueness of law throughout Europe, with no differences among states. On the contrary, allowing for the protection equally and universally of all human rights of the citizens. This is a general remark I would like you to retain. Having said that, let us go into the case of Ukraine. This fatal and tragic war we have been experiencing, that has been devastating us all, I believe it will have no end. I don't see any end in sight, because the conflicting parties are so adamant in their positions and very intransigent. Russia, which is a superpower, persists in taking hold of at least East Ukraine, something the Ukraine isn't ready to accept, whereas the Ukraine, on its part, has been reversing the entire blitzkrieg policies of Russia. Hence the impasse. It is only by way of a honorable compromise we could find a way out of this, and I believe that only by allowances made both on the part of Ukraine and elsewhere that this could be reaching an end. If Russia contents itself with East Ukraine, and if the Ukraine could ever accept this kind of cession of territories, maybe we could be approaching the end of the war, but it would be very difficult for Ukraine to accept that. And given the successes of Ukraine in this field, this is becoming very remote. Now, there are two scenarios one might invoke. One is the happy one, and the other is the unfortunate one. How about the fortunate development that the war is brought to an end by way of a compromise? No one could ever fathom Russia to be totally beaten. Just to echo a columnist in Greece, it's the Greek daily, there is the rat syndrome, consisting in that Putin, coming from very humble beginnings, and in the township he came from, his only game was the effort to get rid of the rats, or place the rats in such a situation that they may be arrested. One of those rats, faced with this kind of situation, attacked Putin by scratching his face, and Putin remembers that. It's an example highlighting the impasse of this situation, namely, unless there is a kind of compromise to be agreeable to Russia as well, there is no end to this war. Now, assuming there is an end to this war, who would be the winning part? Most and above all, this will be China. China having been able to maintain an ambivalent position in this situation, not at all clear, but enabling China to eventually invoke its supremacy in arms in Asia, and as such, trying to expand its scope of interest through such supremacy. Russia will be the big loser in this game, at least as far as this government is on. If there's a change in government and a radical change in the attitude of Russia vis-à-vis Europe, then there might be some kind of compromise. But let's see where Europe stands in all that. Europe is divided at this moment. There are countries in Europe that are opposing to the eventuality of some measures taken against Russia, amongst which I may invoke the situation of the very swift adhesion of states to the Union. There was a mistake committed in 2004. There was an effort at the time to avoid the eventuality of new countries coming from ex-socialist regimes to once again be reattracted by the new Russia and create alliances with this country or with the US at that, because some of these countries were very strongly pro-American. And in this, there was an effort for this country to be accepted. That was a fatal mistake in the sense that many of these countries, two of them at least, are opposing any major decision made by the European Union and therefore creating problems on a daily basis to the European Union. In that sense, for example, Hungary refused to accept the supremacy of the court in Luxembourg, hence a major issue on the table at the moment, whereas it is very clear that the European Court of Justice is benefiting from supremacy over national laws and tribunals, which is very clear, and therefore there's a breach of human rights. The regime of these specific states is very much autocratic, blatantly so, and I'm afraid this is not just the result of the actions of one leader. This may be pursued by other leaders to follow. This is the very mentality of such states. It is the mentality of those populations that have never been able to overcome the communist regime. It will take many years of learning and pedagogy for these countries to go back to a kind of regime that will help them overcome the traumas of the past. On the other hand, the US are in a state of triumph. These being the country that is determining the attitude vis-à-vis this warfare, and there are some reactions on the part of Europe to such attitude by the US. As a result, we may just as well say that there is some kind of ambivalence as to what kind of position the US and Europe should be adopting vis-à-vis this war. This is the so-called happy or fortunate scenario, in the sense that the war will be coming to an end by way of a compromise, and some powers will be having the possibility of overcoming any objections and indeed contribute to the reinstatement of democracy and peace in the area. The unfortunate scenario would be for this war to go out of hand, which means either it generalizes throughout the Ukrainian territory, which would be tragic, rather than being confined within the eastern part, or even expanding all the way into Moldova. In that case, Moldova will be the epicenter of the problem because fatally Romania will be coming to the aid of Moldova because of the affinity between the two countries. This would lead to this situation. Because of Romania being a member of NATO, there may be a generalization of war, but will have no end in sight, and one might say that in that case, there may have to happen an intervention of NATO, Romania being a NATO member country, and there will be a NATO intervention, therefore. Another unfortunate issue and possibility would be for Finland and Sweden to join NATO. Things are not very clear in that sense. Of course, we do not know how Russia will be reacting to that. Russia has threatened Finland that if they join NATO, there will be consequences, but we don't know which these consequences will be. And what we should be excluding generally is the use of nuclear arms. Such specific threat by Russia cannot be countered. Indeed, fatally, the use of nuclear weapons will be the end of the world, as we know it, because the use of such weapons will trigger a retaliation on the part of the US and other forces, and there will be a catastrophic development for humankind. The issue of Moldova is very critical indeed. I believe this is the most important things of all to reckon with. If Russia can be talked into limiting its exercise of violence in East Ukraine, which is what has been happening to this day, everything could be solved. But if Russia attempts to expand itself beyond the limits of East Ukraine, then things will be getting into something much more critical than we have right now. We should be excluding the use of nuclear weapons because the nuclear arms are the end to the catastrophe of our planet. There can be no possibility for this country to be allowed to be the cause of a disaster that will be exterminating us all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much for that. Now we're going to give a little bit of time for the floor. I just have a question, perhaps, to kick the debate off. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights, at the time we said droits des hommes in French, that's now droits humains, that was signed a long time ago. It's over 70 years old now. So I would like to tell you, I would like you to tell us whether there are any further signatures that we could expect to this declaration. I think we might be able to anticipate that answer. But do you believe that rights have been deteriorating throughout the world, throughout that period? Has it been stable? Have there been any areas of improvement? Is the glass half full or half empty?
Oui. Après, moi, je me tais et ça sera.
And after that,
I think that within the 70 years following the declaration of the human rights of human beings, many things have changed that have led to an inevitable reality. I don't think that we will ever be able to return to the Second World War era or before that. What is important is that the European Court of Human Rights has led our world into a unification of the protection and safeguarding of human rights. Let us not forget that the European Court is the nucleus for the creation of other courts around the world, such as the American Court of Human Rights or even the African Court of Human Rights, despite the differences that separate them. That is, there is an intensification of the safeguarding and protection of human rights, which inevitably is favorable. we will never be able to return to a situation of the past because it won't lead us anywhere.
OK. Michael, tu avais, je crois, demandé.
Michael, I believe you were asking for the floor.
Thank you. I'm slightly embarrassed because I can't remember the expression that Mr. Diamandouros used to challenge the judges.
Life beyond legality.
Life beyond legality. Thank you. I'd like to hear what each of you has to say about the UK's threatened response to what it sees as an abuse of the human rights framework and the need to restore what it calls common sense to the justice system by taking measures at national level to reject what it describes as judge-led or judge-made case law, and it considers that it can do this by introducing a new Bill of Rights, which will give judges in the UK the opportunity to ignore ECHR, or European Court of Human Rights, case law, despite the fact that I thought that the convention meant that we accepted the binding nature of that case law. Do you have any understanding at all for the British position about judge-made case law, and is this something which actually relates to the concept that Mr. Diamandouros, I think really interestingly, introduced me to, at least, about going beyond the adversarial legal framework? I would be fascinated to hear your comments. Thank you.
Please.
Νομίζω ότι
I think that the founders of the human rights system, that is the forefathers of this European declaration, have created an elementary declaration. If you see its articles, you'll see that there is no description of the potential infringements or breaches. They simply describe them. I mean, when they talk about privacy, they don't explain what privacy is all about. So when they talk about torture, they do not define torture in detail. They leave this open-ended, and this is based on case law. This is a system which is based on case law, and the court's role is to define such rights. So as a result, we have a list of case law that covers all subjects. Now, this is the main characteristic of this conventional system, that is, it never gave the opportunity to legislators themselves to pass laws on the actual rights that would be protected, and they relied upon the courts, fully conscious of the fact that this would be a court that would play the part of a legislator. Nowadays, European judges rather legislate than implement and apply the law. And this is the typical characteristic and feature of the European Court of Human Rights. Now, there are certain periods where we see this activity recede to the detriment of the case law, and there are periods where we see that there are advances made vis-a-vis law. During my service, my term, indeed, we had the great advances in law. Nowadays, this is not the case. That is, member states impose to the court, either by the type of judge that they appoint, a more moderate approach of the right of the courts to legislate, which, in my view, is erroneous. It's wrong. And The UK has been one of the pioneers in this attempt. I don't know if you remember the case on convicts and their civic rights. This was indeed a peak case in the court, where the court had ruled that civic rights of convicts that should be equivalent to those who have not been sentenced, and the UK refused to implement this decision, this ruling, and as a result, this led to the exclusion of the implementation of the law in this case.
There's a hand raised there, and then we'll move to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Gudrun Schmidt, and I'm recently retired from the European Commission. I would like to thank the Can you hear me?
Speak up.
Plus fort. On me dit normalement l'inverse. Okay.
Usually they tell me to speak more quietly.
I'm recently retired from the European Commission. I'd first like to thank the organizers for having such an interesting panel to talk to us this morning, and it was great interest. I listened to everybody. The question I would like to ask is to Mr. Rosakis. I think it's very interesting and brave of you to actually approach directly the conflict and the war between Ukraine and Russia. But you were talking about compromise, Ukraine and Russia, and I was a little bit puzzled and quite shocked, actually, when you said that in order to reach a compromise, Ukraine should consider to give up some of the land already lost to Russia, or the land that is now occupied by Russia. Mind you, illegally, particularly if you look at the Budapest Agreement and if you look at the Charter of the United Nations. Clearly, Russia has, in case of Crimea and now attacked Ukraine illegally on its own territory. So my question is, how can you have a compromise between the two warring parties on the grounds which would result in one party actually letting the aggressor and the illegal actor of the two gain some of its war aims? Wouldn't that be appeasement? And wouldn't that also lead to, and you were talking about Moldova, wouldn't that also lead to bigger appetites towards Moldova? And also, and your predecessor in speaking talked very eloquently about the three Baltic states who I'm sure are also in the side of Russia. So my question to you, can there be a realistic compromise on the basis of that suggestion, which I understood you to make? And in this context, I would also like to remind you of what Mr. Zelensky said this morning on Macron's comments, which he now refused, were not to be understood in that way. And he said there's no way that Ukraine will give up part of its country, which I understand you saw as a lack of compromise. So I would like to hear your comments on that. Thank you very much.
Κοιτάξτε, όταν είπα για το σύνδρομο του Αρουραίου, το εννοούσα, δηλαδή δεν πρέπει να...
Listen, when I referred to the syndrome of the rats, I really meant it. I mean, there's no way that Russia will leave the warfield defeated. It has to take something. Donetsk was occupied from the past. Crimea has been lost to Ukraine. So these two things should be accepted by Ukraine as lost territory. They have lost this. Of course, I'm saddened by all this. I'm saddened by such a compromise, but there should be some sort of compromise. I mean, there can be no end put to the war without a compromise. By definition, it's impossible for the war to end. Otherwise, we will have a definite disaster for a destruction, rather, of Ukraine, or Ukraine will accept certain things. There can be no end to war otherwise. You can understand this is an uneven war, because if Putin puts forward all his army, then we'll have a completely different landscape than the one we are seeing today. Ukraine itself might be destroyed, destructed. I'm speaking exclusively about Ukraine. Moldavia is another thing. Moldavia, well, there is the Transnistria issue. Moldavia has lost it, and Moldavia will need to accept that Transnistria is part of the Soviet Union in between, or Russia, correct, the speaker. Now, I know that this is highly unpopular as a stance, as an attitude, but I don't think that there is any other solution.
Oui, Παναγιώτης Αλεβαντής, fonctionnaire, ancien fonctionnaire à la Commission.
Former official from the European Commission. And I have two observations to make on Mr. Diamantouros' position. I think that this idea that Moscow has been replaced by Brussels has been going on for a long time now, and it's been part of the anti-European propaganda that has been propagated by the United Kingdom. I remember that there was very good coverage by a British magazine a while ago with a photo of the Berlaymont building with the title Kremlin West. Now we mustn't fall into the trap of accepting this as something that reflects reality. The second thing is, you mentioned Jean Monnet. And I'm just wondering how many officials, I'm not talking necessarily about students or young people, but how many people have read Jean Monnet's memoir and have been able to see how Europe has been constructed and what the first stages consisted of? I think we need to go back to our sources and revisit this idea of compromise and how to solve crises through compromise. Concerning the war in Ukraine now, I think that this is a conflict between two different visions of the world. We have the Yalta vision, where the major powers separated the world, divided it into different spheres of influence. And then you have the Helsinki vision, which allows each country to have the opportunity to belong to wherever it wishes, whether it would like to have treaties signed with any party they wish to, and then put in place their own security system. I think that what you are proposing in terms of a compromise for us is European. It's as if the Greeks, for example, those who lived in Athens, had a compromise with Persia, for example. That's the same type of conflict that we're talking about, essentially, the Persian Empire, which occupied Greece, and the Greeks fought back through so as not to have to accept this authoritarian regime from the Persian Empire. Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question. Mr. Diamandos, please.
Merci de votre question. Écoutez, en ce qui concerne la
saying that Brussels has replaced Moscow, allow me to say that it was the two presidents of two Baltic states. It wasn't my idea. There was never a discussion that could really potentially allude to the British position. Rather, we're speaking here of, in terms of what concerns me in any case, as a political analyst, it was more the fact that these countries were part of the Soviet Union, so the immediate reaction was to suspect and be suspicious about Brussels because we weren't really quite sure. And Mr. Rosakis mentioned this too, that at that point there was a very strong majority in the countries that were very much looking towards the United States of America. It wasn't necessarily ideological, but rather it was due to a lack of security and the knowledge that the European Union did not have a proper army, that NATO was dominated by the United States themselves, which would allow for people to be more focusing on the military aspects for their security and their reality. And this lack of trust vis-à-vis the EU's ability to actually protect them. I do not see any clear British influence here. When I've had conversations with my British colleagues, there wasn't really necessarily that implication that was at play. Now, when it comes to your second remark here, now we are on the same page. I tried to put forward this conceptualization of this idea of the rule of law that could encompass the idea of fairness as well. You can understand if you speak French that I was never able to properly find a proper term for fairness. It's not necessarily justesse in French, not necessarily juste fairness. It's a bit more legal in nature. Essentially, we're speaking about the possibility, or indeed the real desire to move forward with a post-liberal European Union that could be in the position to be based on a type of civic spirit, a way of addressing problems that are related to the civic dimension of citizenship, to try and find the best type of solutions. And we are on the complete same page here. We need to understand what Monet said. You need to go back to your sources. You need to have more knowledge. But that said, we can't expect teenagers or young people up to the age of 25 who do not have the same traumatic memory of the Second World War, be that for their age or be that because of other circumstances. We can't expect that. We need to integrate this within school's curriculum and accept the fact that Europe suffered two terrible conflicts during the 20th century. We hope to completely avoid that, and that is what Mr. Aiace was referring to. Now, finally, when it comes to our discussion brought us to NATO and the question of Finland and Sweden. Now, let's be clear. Finland and Sweden are very, very much democratic countries. through and through. The fact that these questions now are being asked by these countries as to whether or not they have to abandon their traditionally based neutrality to opt for a different type of alliance like NATO, that gives you an idea of the measure of the problem. Thank you. A question. I want to just say, we will begin 20 minutes a bit later. I would like to give the floor to the President of Finland, because I think it's a wonderful time for us to hear from a friend from Finland. I would ask them to prepare something that's not on the agenda, because I, too, can play with rules, etc. if I want, and I would like to hear from the representative. You don't have to wait for administrative things, you don't have to remain here. So I would like for us to be able to give the floor to our Finnish friends later on. So we just have another question in any case.
I have no question. I have only a remark. I have a lot of contact with countries of 10 countries of Eastern Europe. I am originating from one of these countries. But there is maybe problem of Baltic country to replace Moscow by Brussels, but not in the country, I think, not in the country of Visegrad. There is more feeling that they are not equal to the Western country because of they are more poor, not educated, culture of this bureaucracy, not see equal because they are small countries and they are overruled by big countries, so they don't have a voice in European Union institutions. This is my remark. I don't need any answer.
Réponse quand même à une question qui n'en était pas une.
Response to a question in any case.
I did not say, and if I did, I apologize, that what I was saying pertained to anything beyond the Baltic countries. So certainly the Visegrad countries are different. And certainly the Visegrad countries, in particular, the three of them, are different from what is south of them, from the ancient territories of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Because it's in Visegrad that you have, in fact, much more entrenched rule of law, particularly under Maria Theresa and James II. Okay. And therefore you have longer traditions that made it easier for the evolution towards modern democratic regimes with all their faults. Outside that, Visegrad, this is much weaker. But I certainly had no intention of implicating that with the Baltic countries. The Baltic countries were small, but they suffered a very particular type of punishment because they were denied independence. They were completely incorporated into the Soviet Union. And that, I think, is something not to lose sight of. That's all I wanted to say. Otherwise, I completely agree with you.
Merci beaucoup. Pardon, Monsieur Rosakis.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Rosakis.
Referring to these questions about compromise, may I say one thing? First of all, the West refused to actively intervene in the Ukrainian war, and of course we remain consistent to that. It was natural for Europe not to intervene, otherwise the warfare would be generalized. It would be a warfare between NATO and Russia, no one's interest. If the Ukraine fails to win this war on its own, was helped by the allies, then there should be some kind of compromise, be it honorable or not honorable. I'm more inclined to believe this would be a not honorable compromise. It could not be that Russia is allowed to enter 100% of the Ukrainian territory, and there is something fatal. One might have to accept that some parts of the Ukrainian territory will be ceded to Russia. I'm not in favor of Russia, far be it from me to be considered as such, but this is a kind of reality, the only kind of compromise I see in sight. What kind of compromise could you fathom might be possible under the circumstances between these two parties?
Thank you so much. This really was an honor here to have you here, Mr. Aiace, Mr. Diamandouros. We would love to speak to you a bit more. I want to thank our young students and for their questions. Equally, I would like to say farewell to the Greek interpreters who will not be with us this afternoon because we will not need it from the interpretation from your lovely language. It's very necessary for those who do not understand it. I want to wish you a bon appetit, and we'll be back here again at 3 local time. Thank you so much.
sièges.
Will you take your seats, please?
Voilà. Alors, nous allons reprendre nos travaux.
So let's get back to our work, and we're going to begin, as we do traditionally in our meetings, by presenting you the work that was chosen. Well, we're going to hear exactly what it is. Can you just tell us about this, and then the ladies will speak? Thank you.
Je parle pas en grec. Vous pouvez?
I'm not going to speak in Greek. No, don't worry about the interpretation from that. We have a school here which protects children with problems with Down syndrome and other children with disabilities. They've had enormous problems with the COVID crisis, and they are gradually starting now to get back a little bit to work. I would prefer the person who's the president of this to come and say a few words in English, if that's possible.
Votre farde, un papier expliquant ceci. Merci.
Yes, we have in your folder, you'll see there is a sheet that describes this item.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alexandra Andreadis, and I represent the Parents Committee and Friends of Children and People of Special Needs of Corinthian County, special charity with distinctive title Ευθύμιος Center. You currently possess the papers in which our activities are written. Moreover, one of our piggy banks is located at the entrance. It will be a great honor if every one of you could donate for our facility. Your donation will mean so much that it will be helped by a great amount. We are pleased greatly that you choose our region for this year's conference. Finally, I would like to thank especially Ms. Despina Mavakidou and the Mayor of Corinthians, Mr. Vasilis Nanopoulos. Thank you so much.
Madam, thank you very much for what you are doing for this school. I can imagine it's very difficult. Thank you very much.
Je voudrais préciser que
I would like to just clarify that as every year, or at least every time we can meet face to face, we plan to make a donation to a local charity. And this year we will be making a €1,000 donation to the Aiace Association, and also the Greece section will be making a donation, a double donation in fact, part of the money that was reserved for the welcome reception, and also contribution by the section members. In addition to which, as we've just heard, there's the famous piggy banks that are in the registration area right up to the end of our deliberations, and we very much encourage you to dig deep and be generous with this association, which has been working for the last 2 years with virtually no income at all. So thank you in advance for your generosity. Right. So our agenda begins traditionally with adoption of the agenda, but I was thinking as I was coming along, I went to see the Finnish section 3 weeks ago. I came back from Finland very happy to have met them. I met a load of beautiful, wonderful people in a great place, a little section in terms of the number of members. It was great to work with them. And of course, the political situation is on the other day. We didn't want to put that on the agenda because this is not really perhaps the right place for that. But I thought because we're lucky enough to have some Finnish colleagues with us, and that doesn't happen every day, that it would be a shame not to involve them. I'd like to federate and help the sections and the members. So I thought it would be a shame not to make the most of their presence here, to hear how people feel in Finland, because things have changed a lot in the last 3 weeks, and kindly accepted well, they didn't dare to say no, really, when I asked them to speak, so they're going to speak to us, and then we can, we would spend the whole afternoon talking about this. We have a lot of things to talk about, but I do think it's a great opportunity to talk to them, and once again, I'm sorry that Joachim can't be with us today. Would love to come, but we send photos regularly, and he follows us from afar. So I'd like to give the floor now to you, but perhaps if you could not speak in Finnish, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, I would like to speak in English. And first, I would like to start with being a very clear message, because in the morning session, which was a great session, there was a little bit discussion about the membership of Sweden and Finland in NATO. Finland has set the destination. It is the NATO membership. No questions anymore. But I would like to tell you a few words about how this road to this membership happened and how we came to this where we are now. I would speak a little bit about the road, about the vehicles, about the milestones, and about the destination. So the road may be rocky, but until now it has been surprisingly smooth. But in any case, Finland has been prepared for roadblocks and bumps. That's what we anticipated. We haven't seen them many yet. We are also not using a normal road, but we are using a motorway with 2 lanes, so that we together, Finland and Sweden, we can drive fast together forward, side by side. The vehicles we are using, we have 3 vehicles. First is the public support, secondly, strong defense, and thirdly, diplomatic relations. Finns believed in positive relationship with Russia, and Finland used her neutral and non-militarily non-aligned position to her advantage for many years. Indeed, during 2001 and 2021, the opinion polls showed consistently that 60% of the population was against the NATO membership, and further 20% was unaware of unsure about the position. But there was a dramatic change happened this end of last year, beginning of this year, when Russia started assembling troops next to the Ukrainian border. And the first poll in January this year showed suddenly that there was only 40% against, 30% unsure, and the percentage of those who were for membership had risen from 20 to 30%. But rapidly after that, as the situation in Ukraine unfolded, the support for the membership increased. March 50%, April 60%, and the latest poll a few days ago, 73% supporting the NATO membership. So the population is now fully aligned behind this membership. And this change was also mirrored in the change of public, in the opinion of politicians and political parties. So that's about the public support. Secondly, strong defense. Finland has one of the more effective defense forces in relation to its population. I take 2 examples, I could take many more. The first example is that our wartime force consists of 280 fully operational people. We have a conscription system which is compulsory for all men and voluntary for women. While we wish to continue to live in peace, our defense forces or the conscription system was not dismantled or reduced after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So we maintained our military capacity throughout the years. So we are now upgrading it, but we don't need to rebuild it. The second thing is that it's not only a question of human beings being ready, but it's also that we are maintaining a modern marine and air force. Finland has just ordered 62 modern F-35 fighters from the United States. And actually the Finnish fleet is one of the bigger ones amongst the member states. But coming to the third vehicle, diplomacy. Diplomacy has always been the cornerstone of the Finnish defense. We never believed that the armed forces alone can protect us. And therefore, for example, the membership in the European Union was a tool for us to protect our sovereignty and to protect us and our independent way of living. We have also in the European Union supported the EU's common defense policy. So we have been one of the proponents of that, and I think that the political leaders say that that continues. But in parallel, we maintained actively political and economic and people's relationship with Russia. But the Russian aggression in Ukraine, which cannot be dignified by the word war, put an end to the diplomatic tools and trust with Russia. In the press conference last Friday, our President Niinistö said he was seemingly angry and disappointed that Putin should look in the mirror when Finland decides to join NATO. And indeed, Le Soir wrote yesterday that l'adhésion de la Finlande est une erreur pour Moscow. Indeed, the Finnish membership in NATO is a complete error, failure of the Russian policy. About the milestones. Since the year ended, the President and the government took several steps to bring all parties to a joint position, but maintained the field open for true discussion about the benefits and problems of a membership. Therefore, only last Friday, the President and our Prime Minister told their personal positions and the official positions in an 8-line statement. They both work for rapid accession of Finland to NATO. To be noted that the political background of President is in European People's Party, and Prime Minister Marin is a Social Democrat. So you can see that the whole political line is behind it. Yesterday, Sunday, Finland decided officially to ask for an invitation to join NATO. So the process is now on. Finland hopes to hand the application this week, preferably together with our friends in Sweden. And then the process is in the hands of the current NATO members. Finnish hectic diplomacy has been seeking to secure a quick and positive outcome. About the destination. Our first destination is, of course, the stability in the Northern Europe. When I spoke about the Finnish Air Force, that's it relatively big. But the combined Air Force of Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark would be over 200 fighters, which is more than Germany has, and on par with France. So you can see that when people say that the United Scandinavia would be the fortress of the Northern Europe, that's not an understatement. But actually, what we aim at is not only stability in Northern Europe, but we are aiming for the peace in Europe, because the peace has been the great aim of the European Union. That's why Finland and many countries wanted to join the European Union in the past. But ultimately, we have a third aim. Ultimately, we would like to return to the good relations with our neighbor, Russia. That will be a long and winding road, and we'll need courage on both sides. But I think that the European Union has shown that actually the friendship between member states is much more productive than the having enemy relations. And to conclude, for now, Finland counts on the deeper cooperation in Europe. And what we can also see in the Finnish population, that not only the support for NATO has increased, but the support for the European Union has also increased. Thank you.
Il y aura certainement des questions.
I'm sure that people will have questions for you. You can either respond from your seat or here at the front. It's entirely up to you. Perhaps it's easier if you remain there.
Évidemment, la Suède est aussi. Voilà.
Sweden as well is here.
Thank you, Tapani, for your remarks. I have to say that I agree completely with whatever you have said, and we have seen the same evolution in Sweden, in particular. In particular, concerning public support, there is now a large majority for joining the EU. In particular, when we know which way Finland will go. So that has been the biggest issue in Sweden for the last few weeks has been the position of the Social Democratic Party. I mean, it's a big decision. We are changing security policy. We have been in force for 200 years. We have been non-aligned since our war with Russia in 1809. And now we have to make up our minds on how to do it in the future. And yesterday, the Social Democrats, they made up their decision. They want Sweden to join NATO. And today, literally as we speak, there is a debate in the Swedish parliament, and there is a vast majority in favor of the government's proposal, which is that Sweden should join NATO as soon as possible. And hopefully we will do it together with Finland. We will send our letter together, or perhaps not together, but at the same time. That's a big advantage, we believe. So we are ready as from tomorrow to do that. Thank you.
Voilà, oui.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody. I'm Andrzej Rutka from Poland. I'm probably the only one from Eastern Europe, as I understand, or maybe I exaggerate, but anyway, not many here. I would like to comment on this, not just ask a question. I have to make a comment in view as well of the morning discussion and some tones from the morning discussion which were a little bit unnerving, but I didn't react instantly. I am usually a quiet person, so I waited for the right moment. I believe this is the right moment now. First of all, absolutely full support for, of course, independent decision of Finland and of Sweden. That doesn't depend on what we say here or there. There's their own decision. I would like to say one next thing. Imagine Poland not joining NATO in 1999, even before accession to the EU, and what the situation would be right now in our country, being, in between NATO and Russia. Can you imagine that? Just think for a moment, what would be the situation? Then, of course, there will be always, not only in this room, probably, maybe less, but in Europe, who could say, if NATO wasn't barking at the door of Russia, Russia would have never invaded Ukraine. That's a joke. I'm shocked to hear that from the Pope, but okay, we heard that. That's true. Whatever explanations later on what he was meaning or not meaning doesn't matter. It was said, it exists in public, etc. You simply cannot question the right of individual country to choose the path, to join this, let's say, organization or this NATO or other military membership, etc., etc. Simply that's their own right to do that. Of course, there will be always those who are not happy with that situation, especially those who have a history of aggression, a long history of aggression as a state, and Russia definitely has that. And you cannot allow aggressor to be rewarded for that, and a permanent aggressor to go along the tactics, okay, you will get a finger, then you will ask for a whole hand, and then you will ask for the whole body. You'll get everything. That's what happens with Ukraine. I was still working, of course, in the Commission in 2014. My boss was the Finnish Deputy Director General, and we were discussing a lot of these things. It was simply the West, in general terms, failed after 2014. The policy of appeasement was terrible, and that we have the result of that policy right now. We see that. And I'm sure I was shocked at that time. I'm not very surprised today what's going on, because the policy of appeasement is known to Europe, not only from the last couple of years, from the previous century. Let's go back to the pre-Second World War II time and the policy of appeasement to another aggressor country. And Poland, of course, has a very tragic history associated with that. That's why I believe the suggestions that we heard, and we heard this morning as well, but from some other politicians, leaders of Europe, let's put it this way in political, I won't mention any name, but you will probably recognize that there should be some kind of compromise with an aggressor, with Russia. The question put by these politicians to Mr. Zelensky was recently, a week ago or so, were you already thinking about what kind of concessions could you give to Russia for a peace? Okay, you want to reward aggressor again. That will be a next step after getting a finger, taking a hand, and then in a few years we will find ourselves in a completely different situation unless we react really seriously and decisively. And when I compare the attitude of US and the European Union towards what's going on, okay, there is a huge difference, and European, as usual, is of course hesitating. I know there are a number of countries, they have different views, etc., etc. But then we will get what we deserve. It means after hesitation, after not doing and making decisive moves, we'll get situation even worse. So, summing up, full support for Finland. I wouldn't even imagine that someone could question this kind of decision that Finland and Sweden are now making. That's their absolutely natural right to do so and choose whatever they prefer to do. Thank you.
À quelqu'un, tu lèves la main, évidemment. Hein.
Well, if you'd like to react to those questions, then please feel free. We're struggling to see any raised hands here from the front. I'm not sure which one it was. Yes, I just have a question. Could you please just, I'm just checking I can speak French, says the speaker.
Can you remind us of the history in Finland? How come you have been neutral? Was it due to a treaty, or was it your own decision after the Second World War? Where does this neutrality comes from? This would, I think, give a light to the problem. Thank you.
One of the reasons why the situation in Ukraine has been so touching in Finland, because many people remember what happened in Finland in 1939 when Russia attacked Finland during the Winter War. Very similar situation. Also there, Russia thought that they will run through Finland very quickly within days, but they were again stopped in Finland by the motivation of people to defend their own land. And so that's why, in a sense, in the Second World War, it was a series of tragedies, but it started with Russian aggression against Finland, and then the war continued until the end of the Second World War. And when the outcome of the Second World War was clear, Finland had to make a choice. And I think that at that point of time, because Russia had overpowered Finland, there was no option for Finland to join the West. The question was whether we belong to the East or we are neutral. So in a sense, we chose the best possible solution at hand at that time. And then little by little, the diplomacy and the politics were used to strengthen that neutral position. And we wanted to liken ourselves to countries like Sweden and Austria, who had also a neutral position and non-aligned position. And that policy actually worked and served the country quite well, because little by little, despite the fact that Finland was overpowered at the end of the war, we maintained our sovereignty, and we maintained our capacity to decide what we want. And that was then the outcome of that was that the economic and social situation in Finland was improving rapidly, like in other parts of Western Europe, and which then culminated once the Soviet Union collapsed, that Finland joined the EU. So I think that the short answer to your question, yes, it was the best possible of the available solutions, but you can always make good out of it.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, on va donner la parole à Costa.
Thank you very much. I'll hand the floor now to Kostas, who wasn't going to take the floor, but I was just looking ahead and anticipating the question. You're there to represent the Court of Justice, but given that we're very fond of you, so we'll give you the floor now. Yes, I just wanted to jump in here to speak following on from Professor Rosakis. I just want to say that when I was at university, there was a comparative study that was carried out between Finland and Moldova or Moldavia that we're talking about now, and Cyprus. And this is a very tricky domain. We have to acknowledge that concessions have also been made by Greece as well. There's been a great deal of patience shown over the years. The situation is quite similar now. And therefore, this has persisted for a long time without any solutions to hand.
I'll speak in English just for the what Professor Rosaki was trying to signal is that he was more or less in a prediction mode than in a kind of suggestion mode. He was saying that in order for Ukraine eventually to find a way out, they will have to go through a compromise. And I remember when I was writing these comparative research, I remember that there was something that I'll try to give it. I don't remember the name of the president of Finland that signed the agreement at the time, but he said that after he signed the agreement, he said, let this hand that signed this sinful agreement be cut. If I translate it correctly, the way it was said, that's and that's probably what Rosakis was saying. Zelensky will have to go through the same situation in order probably to reorder things and priorities, join the European Union eventually once he's ready, and then eventually speak about. And I think the question of NATO in Ukraine will never be in the agenda until probably 40, 50 years later. It will be in the same situation as Finland. But Rosakis is a bit of a peculiar situation now. He's got this experience. He's speaking out of experience because he's seen these compromises go through. And I think in Finland, I didn't ask him the question, but it was exactly that Finland has been through these long period of compromise, and it's time now to join NATO. Finland joined the European Union. And I guess now, that's my point of view now, is that this is also an opportunity for us to renegotiate what is the center of gravity of NATO. It has to be more in Europe than in the United States. That's my comment. And thanks very much for I stayed specifically to listen to Finland, just a recollection of my youth.
Costas, c'était très intéressant aussi.
Well, it was very interesting, Costas. Thank you very much. I could tell that you had worked on this subject in your youth. Alexandra, please.
I have a real question to you. This is a double question. One is I like to find out, I'm really surprised how expensive it is to be neutral. It costs a lot of money to Finland to be neutral. My question is, would it be cheaper to be part of NATO now?
That's a excellent question. I remember that when the Soviet Union collapsed, we were speaking about the peace dividend. And many countries actually then started dismantling their armed forces and saved money from other purposes. I'm a medical doctor by training, so maybe that money went into healthcare or education or some other purposes. And of course, that was a very good benefit. Now, but I think that in Finland we felt that we are so close to Russia and we had so bad experiences with the Russian imperial aspirations that we cannot scale down our army. Now I think that we are not in the mood of scaling down our army. We are close to 2% of the gross national product as required by NATO, so we don't need to increase it, but we are already at the target. But we will continue. But we also the thinking goes that we now will be more effective with our money, so that the money we are using it will be more effective. For example, one of the scenarios which was discussed that if there were a aggression from a country towards Finland, then the Finnish fighters, they could operate from Sweden because that would be safer for the fighters to be there. So I think that the fact that you are collaborating is increasing your power, even if you are not spending more money, but you are using your money more effectively. But absolutely, I would like to see the situation that we would get a real beast dividend in Europe.
Je crois qu'on a fait
Thank you very much. I think that's all of the questions. Thank you very much. That was quite a quick item, but we couldn't miss this opportunity. We have our sections, that's why we are here at an international level, to be in contact with you. We know it's not an easy situation, but thank you very much indeed, and thank you more broadly to the Finnish and Swedish sections.
Merci infiniment. Je crois
Thank you very much indeed. I did think that we should at least spend a little bit of time on that subject. That wasn't on the agenda. Now, we need to adopt the agenda, which I've been overlooking, this part on adopting the agenda, but the agenda seems to be adopted. We also have to approve the minutes of the GA from last year. That was held by video conference. Does anyone have any comments about those minutes? No. The minutes of last year are adopted. Then the activity report by the President. I would prefer to look at the Bureau's activity report, because the work that I do is not carried out alone. But I imagine that you will have spent all night reading through it, and therefore I think I can just go through this quite quickly and just underline some of the more salient points. I was honored to be elected in March 2021. Panos Karvounis was elected Vice President on the same occasion, and Didier's mandate was renewed as Secretary General, as well as Mark's as Treasurer. The members of the Bureau agreed to continue in their posts together with me, and then a number of members also joined the Bureau, which gave me some help in creating a strong and solid Bureau, which is extremely important.
Comme dans toute section, dans ce contexte de la pandémie, le secrétaire général et le secrétariat, Anne-Pascale.
The Secretary General, who is with us, also helped as well for budget aspects. Fabrizio in Brussels helping us to work in very difficult conditions. We had 10 meetings of the Bureau in the year, and the CA met 3 times. We said that we are here to help. My desire is to ensure that the sections can work more together, based on the idea that we're all working voluntarily, and it's better to share tasks among sections. We started having joint seminaries and meeting specialists in different subjects. Now, the methodology is very important when it comes to our core business. We spoke about it with Martin. We will speak about JSIS with Michael too. A new project was launched within the JSIS system using a national recognition system. 2 very important points, I believe. Our communication with the institutions and the relations that we have with trade union and professional organizations. Communication was mentioned this morning by a woman who had 4 dreams and just 2 were brought to bear on the economic and social economy. And I believe that we tend to think about the Commission a lot, forgetting that there are other institutions that also have their importance. We met bilaterally with Mr. Dizier, and we met each institution, the courts, the parliament, the Committee of the Regions and the other institutions. This allowed for us. I believe everything went quite well. The institutions work differently, of course, but we saw that we now believe that they are serious partners. We are partners and we're seen as such now, which is very important. We can't just think about the Commission all the time, we can't forget that. Now, we also have to look at communication with unions and professional organizations. For the different systems, for pension and for health, it's clear that we have joint struggles with trade unions and professional organizations. Once again, it's the same thing. We are not linked to just one trade union organization. We are in touch with all different types of trade unions. How we meet them individually, one after the other. We organize, is it the 28th of June, we're going to have a roundtable under our initiative with all the different trade unions and professional organizations that are involved. We will have the Bureau as well as the members working in the JSIS group and our technicians. So this really is a joint endeavor. It's important for you to understand they're not just working one organization, but rather all of them. I'm rushing through this a bit. We can work together in terms of communication and visibility on a new website. We will present it to you tomorrow. My idea, I don't know if this will actually be able to be brought to bear, is to have a website that is interconnected with all the different sections websites so that there can be a joint database for all. If we just look at the problems, we won't find solutions. So I had a director, some loved him, some hated him, but he always said, there are solutions, not problems. That's the way to look at things. The idea was to have this website that could coordinate all websites. Our role is to try and find a way for us all to work better together. You can think what France, Ireland, Greece did on different aspects when it came to health systems, etc. Rules will be the same. We could have a similar approach. We can have one section for different sections if necessary. We can look at the ins and outs of it together. Now, of course, in terms of applications, rather IT applications and support, we had a volunteer who has been involved doing what was necessary. We have a new volunteer who we want to thank very much. We've worked with these volunteers. Many people had to relaunch their EU logins. It's not been so easy for everybody. We created guidelines for everybody to understand the ins and outs of this and different types of remote working. And we're very much paying attention to all of that. Now, when it comes to budget, Mark will delve further into this much much deeper than I will. But in any case, we ended up the financial year with a substantial surplus. It was wonderful. We were able to organize a seminar in January. We were able to have an exchange. I want to finish up with 2 points. First of all, the conference on the future of Europe, the Vice President just mentioned this a moment ago. We wanted to contribute to ongoing work and consultations within the framework of initiatives at the European level. We had this conference on the future of Europe, and we asked all to get involved. It wasn't extremely efficient from our side. We had so much to do, but the Spanish side created a very high level of documents. You will have the opportunity tomorrow to hear from the Spanish side, who will go through the document, explain what they have done. This was sent through to you by Didier. We'll discuss it tomorrow. In any case, I want to thank you already for all of that. I want to thank Aiace International for getting involved in this. Second thing, we have the HR strategy document. Those who were in Lisbon will remember the roundtable we had on this. After that roundtable, we continued to work with the Commission, sending through drafts to the Commission, and the HR strategy was adopted on the 5th of April. It's quite interesting. You should have a look at it. We have the new national approach for the co-councils, and it's the Director General of DGHR, DG Admin, etc., who have their say on this, not just necessarily me. There was a letter that was sent to all the presidents of the separate sections to call for pensioners to be member of the competition juries. I don't know to what extent this was sent out by the presidents and the members, but should you be interested, you can get in touch with me. I can be the intermediary. I will send forward names to the DGHR. It's very interesting to see that we are considered as people to be involved. There has been a team that have been constantly working on this, and it's that joint effort that has allowed for us to bring these projects to bear. Thank you so much for your efforts. Okay. Do we have any questions? It's important that the presidents of the section send through the documents to their members. If they don't do that, then they will not be able to understand that this actually is even there to be read. I've been able to see from my work that some do send it through and others don't. I don't want to spend the afternoon speaking about Vox, so I won't touch upon it. Didier is going to go through this very well. He will discuss it in just a moment. Okay, so I will just look to my left now. Martin. He is as excellent as he is humble. We are so lucky to have all of you here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. Can you explain what's going to be done and what's not going to be done? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. It's now almost 50 years that the method has been in existence, and of course it was conceived largely by our late President, Ludwig Schubert. And of course it is the means by which our salaries and pensions are updated each year. And in its current version, it's an objective statistical exercise carried out by Eurostat without the intervention of the institution. And that's very important for this current version. And of course, there are two main elements: the change in the cost of living in Belgium and Luxembourg, the average, weighted average, and the developments in the real incomes of national civil servants in a sample of member states, 10 out of the 27. And these two are combined each year to give the required update, either upwards or downwards. So in 2021, for example, last year, inflation in Belgium and Luxembourg went up by 2.1%, but the real terms salaries of national civil servants went down by 0.2%. So our update was 1.9%, plus 1.9%. And there are also certain special situations which can lead to a postponement, partly or in full, to the application of the national civil service element of the method. If that national civil service change exceeds 2%, then the part exceeding 2% is postponed by 9 months. That's called the moderation clause. And then we've got the application of the exception clause, where if EU GDP falls, then the national civil service pay element is also postponed. Postponed in full if the fall in GDP exceeds 3%, and it's only restored when GDP has recovered to its pre-recession level. And this was the case in 2020, when the only change applied to civil service EU salaries and pensions was 0.7%, which was a change in the cost of living in Belgium and Luxembourg. The more important national civil service pay element of 2.5% was not applied, but has been postponed until EU GDP recovers to the 2019 level, which we expect to happen this year. Now, to say something about the prospects for this year, as far as the method is concerned, inflation, as you've all noticed, is certainly on the increase. We will only know what the situation is for this year's method in the summer, because the measurement is from June 2021 to June 2022, but it could be of the order of 6-7%, maybe even higher. The restoration of the expected 2.5% element could be almost neutralized by a further expected fall in national civil service pay in real terms. But we could expect to have an increase of above 5% in the method for this year. I should add that the rules for the method also say that if there is a substantial increase in the cost of living in the period July-December, so that's the 6 months just gone, then there can be an interim adjustment in our pay and pensions. And we expect that to happen. In fact, the figures do show that there's been an increase of more than 3%, which is the trigger point for setting off an interim adjustment in our pay and pensions. The decision has not yet been made, or rather I should say the publication has not been made yet. It will probably happen in June. It will be backdated to the 1st July, and it could be of the order of 2 to 3%. That's for the current year. Another important event has been that in the rules for the current method, the Commission was obliged to present a report on how the current version has operated. It's been in force since 2013. The Commission is required to report by the 31st of March of this year. The current method formally runs out at the end of December 2014. And that report was particularly geared towards the recruitment needs of the institutions. There's been some concern that because of things like the salary freeze that we had in 2013 and 14, and because of the non-respect of the method by Council under previous versions of the method, our salaries and pensions have fallen behind what has been happening in the member states. So the Commission has looked at how to improve conditions, particularly in certain parts of the EU. Some of the representations, for example, are subject to correction coefficients of less than 100, which means if you work in, take the extreme, Sofia, your salary as a staff member is far below the salary in Brussels, and that has affected recruitment. So the emphasis in this report is very much on improving recruitment and retaining staff. I should say that at the beginning of March, and in anticipation of the Commission's report, our President wrote to Commissioner Hahn saying the method has worked well. As far as possible, it's enabled pensions and salaries to move in line with national civil service pay. And in particular, it's avoided social conflict. We have not, during this last 7 years of the current version, had any of the strikes and other disruption that we experienced in previous years. Now, the Commission report was published about 3 weeks ago, and it broadly follows our line. It recognises that some improvements could be made in order to improve the attractiveness of the EU institutions, but these require further study, especially as regards, and the points they particularly point to are living costs in Luxembourg, the problem of out-of-area expenses for those in representations, and whether the sample of member states, 10 member states that we use at the moment, is sufficiently representative of what has been happening to, or what happens to national civil service pay in the EU as a whole. In the meantime, the present method should continue on a provisional basis beyond 2023. Of course, we're aware that the report now goes to Council and Parliament, and they will have their say. We, of course, and we hope the Commission as well, will defend the maintenance of the present method in its existing form. Thank you.
Martin. Martin arrive à rendre.
Thank you very much. You managed to summarize a complex case so beautifully and so succinctly. I imagine there are questions. Yes.
Neil Finn, former Commission official. I'm always intrigued to hear the cost of living in Belgium, Luxembourg was a particular figure, because over the years, they've never been the same. Could you give figures for the last, say, 3 or 4 years of what was the cost of living increase in Belgium and in Luxembourg? Thank you.
I don't have the figures in my head, but I can explain how it works. There are 2 separate calculations. One made for Belgium, based on the harmonized index of consumer prices, and one for Luxembourg, based on the consumer price index. They are weighted on the basis of staff expenditures. So you unweight the national figures and you reweight them according to what they call the Family Budget Survey, which is based on a survey of staff, and pensioners also participate in this, on what they spend their money on. So if you spend 10% of your income on flying, for example, then that's the figure. That's the average for the EU, even if the figure for Belgium or Luxembourg is quite different. So it's an aggregate figure. So when I said that the cost of living went up by 2.1% on average in Belgium and Luxembourg, that is a composite of 2 sets of figures, weighted about 81% for Belgium and about 19% for Luxembourg, because that is the ratio of staff in the 2 duty stations. They are not too different from memory, but there are differences. So you might well find that the 2.1% was 2.5% for Belgium and say 1.8% for Luxembourg.
Merci. Est-ce qu'il y a
Thank you.
des commentaires, d'autres questions?
Any comments? Any other questions? Michael, anything to add?
Et il y a un atelier demain, tu peux le rappeler peut-être?
There is a workshop. Yes, there's a workshop tomorrow on pensions that will take place in half of this room. If you have any more specific questions or comments, then you can raise these. I'm sorry, no, not tomorrow. The day after, Wednesday. Wednesday, there will be a representative. Sorry, I'm getting everything mixed up, says Didier. Listen, I'll start again. Okay, there's going to be a pensions workshop on Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. And there will be a representative from the PMO to answer any of your questions regarding pensions. And there will be other workshops, as you will have seen in the program. There's going to be a workshop on the Aiace, another on social affairs and communication, and another workshop on insurance. Okay. Any further questions? So, in summary, it could be worse, but we have to keep our eyes open. Thank you, Martin. He's summed up a dossier which would normally take hours to work on in just a few minutes, so thanks very much for that.
Sorry, I could just add something to my reply to the gentleman there. In fact, the calculations of Eurostat are published each year, and you will find in the annex to that report all the detailed calculations for the Belgian Consumer Price Index and the Luxembourg Price Index as well. It's about 100 pages, but it is on the internet. At least the 2021 report is on the internet and previous reports. And this year's report will probably appear in maybe November, December, something like that, round about just before the actual publication of the update occurs.
Infiniment. Alors nous...
Thanks very much for that. So let's move on to the next item, the JSIS, the Joint Sickness Insurance Scheme, and the National Health Systems. This is something that's going to be discussed at very great length tomorrow by Roberto, talking about the PMO. Mr. Rotter for the Caisse Maladie, and I think for the insurance, the pensions issues. They'll be discussing that at length, and the director of the PMO couldn't come along for personal reasons. And Madame Silvano, who's the head of unit for pensions, in fact has retired. And Mr. Barata is coming into DG Digit as from the 1st of July. So that's the state of play, but that's not going to stop our pensions getting paid. Michael, I'd like to give you the floor to field all of those issues, but they will be discussed tomorrow with the PMO people. And then we'll have a short coffee and cake break.
To the representatives of the PMO, we also are lucky enough to have, as the representative of the Court of Justice, Mr. Popotas, who is the current chair of the JSIS Management Committee and probably the best placed person to keep us to inform us about the lemast evolution of discussions within the institutions as regards the future dilemmas around the recognition of the JSIS by member states. But I'd like to start, first of all, by saying that although we've lived through over 2 years of pandemic, which saw, first of all, our colleagues in Italy faced with really very personal, very close catastrophes in the region where one of the settlements offices is, and then spreading across the rest of Europe and the world. The fact is, and it is a really extraordinary fact, the JSIS continued to function, continued to make reimbursements, and continued to deal with complaints, questions, queries. And I think it's important to recognize that and be thankful for that. It really, it was at times a remarkable achievement on the part of our colleagues who were facing family dramas and everything else, but still found the time to call the JSIS ambassadors to deal with dangerous or difficult or vulnerable cases. So I think it's important to start with that. The next point is that there are discussions ongoing at the moment about the revision of the implementing provisions, the general implementing provisions, otherwise known as the Dispositions Générales d'Exécution, which have been in force since 2007, but were negotiated over a 7-year period leading up to 2007 and use figures which were finalized in 2005. And all the ceilings that exist at the moment were those that were finalized on the basis of the figures leading up to the adoption and introduction of those rules in 2007. And quite a few of those ceilings, for example, are really now seriously out of date and don't reflect real prices in the member states. The system of adjustment to reflect reimbursement levels in other member states in line with what happens in Brussels is a complicated one, but the system is basically reaching breaking point. It can no longer cope with the distortions that exist in the medical systems, healthcare systems in each of the different countries, which then brings me on to the final point I want to deal with, which is the knotty question of the relationship of the JSIS to national healthcare systems. This has been a constant struggle, and it has taken inventiveness, creativity, and flexibility to try to work around the difficulties. But until now, the most contentious issue has been whether or not the existence of the JSIS meant that we were exempt from paying for any other form of health insurance in the member states. And this was a question that came up in France, for example, where the courts eventually decided that we were obliged to contribute to the JSIS, and therefore we couldn't be required to contribute to, for example, the French system of health, social security. The situation changed, ironically, as a result of Brexit, with the move of the agencies out of London, and in particular to the Netherlands, but also elsewhere in the EU. And that brought home to the decision makers just how difficult it was for those covered by the JSIS to actually gain access to health care in significant numbers of member states outside of Brussels and Luxembourg. And the most pressing case was that of the Netherlands, where for a very, very long time, our Dutch colleagues here in the General Assemblies and in the Conseil d'Administration have been trying to mobilize support for effective measures to enable them to access healthcare in the Netherlands. And, you know, goodness knows, we tried hard enough, but we failed. The fact of the move of the Medicines Agency to Amsterdam was enough of gave enough of an impetus to enable the administrations to put in place arrangements with a Dutch mutuelle who provide a number to allow people working and living in the Netherlands to access the Dutch health care system. And that has all sorts of implications and knock-on effects, which our friends in the Dutch section used to tell us about. They couldn't get travel insurance, for example, because they couldn't give a national health care number. And in order to get health insurance, they had to do that. So they always had to get their travel insurance from elsewhere. Now, that was a one-off solution. It's worked very well. It costs the JSIS a bit in terms of administrative costs because you have to pay to manage it. But it only resolves the situation of those people who live or work in the Netherlands. You or I, if we don't live in the Netherlands, can't gain access to the Dutch healthcare system on the same basis as those who live in the Netherlands. But it then started waking up all sorts of difficulties that had been underlying the relationship between the JSIS and the national healthcare systems. The most acute of which was that really blew up in Italy. For many years, Italians living, working in Italy were able to either maintain or obtain health cards, which gave them access to the Italian healthcare system, which they used when it suited them, but which was subject to long delays. But it did at least give them access to consultations with GPs and routine care where the waiting lists, etc., weren't too long. But the Italian authorities, and particularly those in the Lombardy region, where most working officials and many retired officials live, became increasingly impatient and resentful about the fact that those with such health cards were eating into different plates to their advantage. So that when it suited them, they used the Italian system. When it didn't, they used their JSS membership. That was highlighted during the pandemic when there were issues about access to vaccines. And they said, they used that as an excuse as a pretext to say, okay, well, we're going to withdraw the health cards from everybody who has them irregularly, they claimed, in Italy. I don't know what the decision of the court would be if ever such a case went to the court, whether they have them legally or not. There are those who say that it's a constitutional right of every Italian or every resident in Italy. What is true is that the situation in each of the member states and in the UK is different. We have two main traditions, an insurance-based model and a nationalized health care system like the one in Italy, like the one in the UK, like that you have in some of the the Scandinavian Nordic countries, and finding arrangements like that which has been concluded with the Dutch authorities would not be possible in all of those countries. It could well be possible in Belgium, although the discussions which were undertaken have not been very fruitful. There's some hope that there might be some prospect of positive developments in Luxembourg. But whenever hope gets expressed, then other political imperatives start appearing. So the latest thinking on the part of the Commission has been to try to get the JSIS recognized as a system equivalent to one of the national healthcare systems. We obviously couldn't enter into the cooperation agreements like the member states have amongst themselves, because we couldn't offer people access to the JSIS. But it could mean that we could get access to healthcare on the same price basis as any other European circulating in Europe, which is what is supposed to happen. The interpretations put on the recognition issue are very different, depending on your point of view. And Aiace, which is a member of the management committee, and Eva Ruzhinska over there is our titular member and has been heavily involved in the discussions on the reform of the implementing provisions. Myself and Pierre Blanchard, who recently joined us, have discussed this at great length. We've also discussed the situation in Italy in particular because of the impact on our Italian colleagues, both in work and mainly the pensioners, because we have very large numbers of pensioners in Italy. And the truth is that the likelihood of withdrawing the Italian healthcare card would be one that they would find it very difficult to get routine care, because there is not across the whole of Italy a private medical system in every little town or every little village or every little circonscription, and particularly not in areas where there aren't very many officials or pensioners, and that they would then be excluded from access to whatever healthcare system exists, which isn't very good already. And if they had to get healthcare, they would have to get private healthcare, and the prices of private healthcare are, frankly, faramineux. And it's a really difficult and tendentious case. There are no final decisions on this. It's an ongoing discussion. I hope that Kostas Papotas will be able to fill us in more. I know that Claire has her legal expertise, which she's brought to bear on the situation, but it's something that we all have to be very careful about, because what a solution that may suit one country could have really serious knock-on effects in other countries. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je voulais dire que nous sommes en train de créer, c'est pas qu'on soit amoureuse des groupes, mais un certain nombre de groupes, là que nous créons un nouveau groupe de travail spécialisé avec une personne par section sur cette problématique de la reconnaissance par le RCM, non, par les systèmes nationaux de sécurité du RCM. Donc, la demande a été faite par Didier il y a quelques jours. Et donc, là encore, nous devons toujours attendre les réponses des sections. Voilà. Donc, c'est un problème que nous prenons au sérieux. Claire, je sais que tu voulais intervenir sur ce point. Je t'en prie.
Je veux bien intervenir. Je croyais que la Cour de justice voulait intervenir avant moi. Ah, pardon.
Demain, hein. Ça sera pour demain avec les administrations.
Bonjour, je suis Claire Durand, j'ai été membre du service juridique de la Commission et donc à ce titre, je vais vous parler droit et vous donner quelques paramètres juridiques pour que vous compreniez un peu mieux ce débat. Je ferai référence d'abord à l'arrêt Vacchio. Vous vous souvenez de l'arrêt Vacchio, qu'un de nos membres éminents de l'Aiace avait intenté contre la Commission parce que les prix étaient beaucoup plus élevés pour les fonctionnaires au Luxembourg par rapport aux nationaux. Et donc, dans cet arrêt, la Cour a constaté que ces prix plus élevés constituaient une discrimination sur la base de la nationalité et une restriction à l'accès aux soins. Voilà, donc tout le débat que nous avons aujourd'hui, que les restrictions viennent de prix plus élevés ou de procédures qui rendent l'accès plus difficile, constituent des discriminations contraires au principe de l'égalité de traitement. C'est de ça dont on parle. Donc, un des grands principes fondamentaux quand même du traité sur lequel nous nous sommes appuyés toute notre vie professionnelle. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? La faute à qui? Bon, moi, je crois que c'est la mauvaise question de dire la faute à qui, mais certains la posent, donc je vais essayer d'y répondre. Certains disent, bien sûr, c'est l'autre, c'est pas moi. Donc, ce sont les États membres. Et donc, certains promeuvent qu'on fasse des procédures d'infraction contre les États membres. Bon, je ne connais pas complètement les situations dans les autres pays, mais moi, je pense personnellement que si on fait une procédure d'infraction contre la France, on va le perdre. Et en tout état de cause, une fois qu'on aura un arrêt comme au Luxembourg, qui nous dit effectivement il s'agit d'une discrimination sur la base de la nationalité, on fait quoi après? Donc, je pense plus efficace d'essayer la voie de la négociation. C'est la voie d'ailleurs que la Commission prend et je suis persuadée personnellement que c'est la bonne voie. Alors, dans quel sens? En droit communautaire, on a de quoi s'appuyer, sur quoi s'appuyer pour répondre à cette question. Le premier appui, c'est la réglementation commune elle-même. Alors, je ne sais pas si vous êtes au courant, mais dans cette réglementation commune qui date de 2005, il y a un article 39 de F qui dit que le PMO est chargé de conclure des accords dans la mesure du possible avec les systèmes nationaux afin de simplifier les procédures applicables aux fonctionnaires dans leur pays de résidence. Donc, on avait déjà pensé en 2005 qu'il pouvait y avoir des difficultés d'intégration, d'interrelation avec les systèmes nationaux, et on avait pensé que l'accord était la bonne solution, ce qui nous donne, si c'était nécessaire, une base juridique pour les accords que le PMO est en train de conclure. Deuxième exemple très important, et Michael l'a évoqué, c'est le système de coordination des sécurités sociales nationales. Depuis le début pratiquement de l'Union européenne, on a inventé ce système qui concerne les personnes qui habitent dans un État, mais qui dépendent de la législation, d'une caisse nationale d'un autre État, parce qu'ils y ont travaillé ou parce qu'ils sont détachés de cet État ou parce qu'ils y ont travaillé antérieurement, ils ont leur pension. Donc c'est exactement notre cas, on est dans un État, mais on ne dépend pas de la sécurité sociale nationale, mais d'une autre sécurité sociale. Et donc ce système, il avait été inventé parce qu'on a considéré que pour assurer la libre circulation des travailleurs dans la communauté, c'était essentiel aussi de leur garantir un accès aisé, confortable aux systèmes de santé nationaux. Et quelle est la pratique en concret? En concret, ça veut dire en tout cas en France, mais je pense que dans les autres États, c'est la même chose, que ces personnes qui sont résidentes dans un État, mais qui dépendent financièrement et juridiquement de la caisse maladie d'un autre État, ils sont pris en charge par la sécurité nationale de la France, qui paye tous les coûts, et la caisse nationale rembourse la France. Et donc, c'est un schéma très simple, qui marche ultra bien. Il n'y a vraiment pas de plainte, et ça marche comme ça, en truc croisé entre 27 États membres, plus la Norvège, l'Islande, le Liechtenstein et la Suisse. Donc, il y a 31 caisses qui sont, depuis des années, savent se coordonner entre eux.
So people have been able to coordinate between themselves for years on this basis. So we would look at that model, the model that has been invented, as being the best system possible to try to resolve the problems in this system, and then we'll take the same system. Last year, France sent in a report to the European Commission explaining the difficulties at French level, explaining the system in France, and which also suggested implementing this solution using an agreement that was signed between the member states, the French government in this case, which uses this scheme. So we would be incorporated into the French system. The costs would be paid by the French system, then it's reimbursed by the JSIS, and then there would be additional reimbursements if needed. Access would be covered by the national social security system. So that is the solution that we proposed. That report has been finished for a year now. In our General Assembly in Toulouse, members said that they found it quite difficult to understand that nothing had really happened after a year. And we were invited to a meeting to explain the subject, and perhaps you might have read our report. But it is quite interesting to read, and I would invite all of you to read the article that we published in Vox in 2021, which gives a recap of all of this. But that's how it is. I understand the PMO has its priorities. There are some countries where there are restrictions which are even more sensitive than in France, and we have been guaranteed that in France this system will apply. And I'd just like to add as well that we also have had our system during lockdown. And recently what we've noted is that ultimately the Dutch solution and the solution that was found for Italy, the solution that was found for Spain, is always the same. It involves negotiating with someone else, but the system is always the same essentially. You're part of the national system, and then after that the JSIS reimburses the costs. We've made a lot of progress in this sense. For us in France anyway, we've definitely benefited from all of the progress that has been made, notably in the Netherlands, and that has helped us. Now in the Netherlands, there's no more requests for reimbursement, etc. And then you also have to think about the problem of access, which has been largely eased. So I have great hopes that everything will work out very well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci Claire, je veux pas défendre ni la DGHR.
Thank you very much. I don't think I need to say too much more on this subject. I simply wanted to say that they work on a daily basis, and that consists of reimbursing us or paying costs and accepting our invoices, and that's how they work. This is also the work that has been done jointly between the PMO, and it's on a state-by-state basis, one by one. We had the Netherlands going first, then Belgium, and then Luxembourg, which is underway, and then after that it will either be France or Germany. So we can't say, and I would like to ensure that, well, I would like things to have changed since the Toulouse meeting, but given that we've all worked in institutions, we know that people are very, very overworked. And it took 3 years for this Dutch example. So I'm not trying to defend this situation. People can rant and rage, but we rant and rave, but we know that it's not always possible. For the reasons that you're very familiar with, this hasn't been possible, but we also have to explain that all of this takes time and that we need to be very cautious, because for France there is a problem there. They want to have their cake and eat it, is what some are saying, and elsewhere. Let's not go into the French example right now, but representatives at a General Assembly are also there to explain all of the things that need to be explained in detail. You might say that they were protesting, etc., but at some point, in the document on the HR strategy, the European Commission has drawn up a report looking at the staffing policy in the future. 2 pages, or a page and a half, has been dedicated to burnout. The European Commission itself has written about that, which shows that the magnitude of this problem. It's real. So I'm not trying to defend this position. I'm just sharing the frustration about progress. We have to explain to our members that we're all doing our best here, and I understand your point. You produced a very good report, but it needs to be backed up by facts. I believe everyone agrees. I'm simply just trying to provide you with a reaction, which I think is quite normal. I've given explanations, and I don't believe there's any problem here. Very, very well. I would like things to be moving on faster, but it's not the case. Would it be possible? We're all concerned. We share the concerns, and the French report is the only one that we've actually received, the only one that I'm aware of as being, and I would like to express our gratitude publicly for that. But this country-by-country approach carries some risks. Could we perhaps get together either tomorrow or after the Assembly and to adopt a common resolution expressing our concern about this country-by-country approach? Which offers the counter arguments. We want cooperation to continue because we're already involved. But I do think it would be good to express our concerns about the future, unless we genuinely take into account the situation of each country involved. Eva represents us as well, together with Michael, and she's offered some very, very valuable assistance here. I'm very interested to hear people speak about this report from France. I didn't know that it existed. Apologies. But for the countries with direct payments, for a healthcare system which is financed via taxation, there are some serious problems. Indeed, in these countries, and I believe this covers the majority of the countries in our organization, Aiace, we don't really have a choice. Automatically, we fall under the national system if we are resident, in Denmark, for example. But at the same time, we are obliged to pay into the JSIS. So as soon as they say that this needs to be made compulsory, you have to be a member of the JSIS, that means that I don't even have the choice anymore of the Danish system. We're told that this is voluntary, but it's not in reality, because I don't obtain the benefits here. If I want to choose the Danish system, with this system that you're proposing, I wouldn't be included in it. And I'm not exempted from paying Danish taxes either. I'm just saying this because I think that there are some countries where this French solution perhaps will not work. And that's why it's very sensitive to have this one-size-fits-all solution, because it might not be the case elsewhere. I'll answer that because I see someone else has asked for the floor. Eva, this evening I will send it to you. I can't do that now, but I'll send that 4-page report to you this evening, and then you can read it. I'll give you the floor in a while, Claire, but there's someone asking for the floor at the back.
Gudrun Schmidt. I have a question about this discussion because I'm afraid I am getting a little bit lost here. I have the feeling this is a discussion where some people know a lot. For me, this is all very new, and this is why I would like to ask a question of understanding. Why, for example, I have understood what you explained very clearly about the Netherlands and so on, and why there should be a contract with the Netherlands, but you just said there will also be a contract with Belgium. Why would there be a contract with Belgium? Because I've been in Belgium now for 35 years with the health insurance of the Commission, and I'm asking myself, why would I need to go into the Belgium system now? Thank you.
Either we can answer that now, or given that this problem will be tackled at length tomorrow with PMO, if you could perhaps just go one night without any further details, but I don't want to give any incorrect information. I believe that this is going to be one of the most important points we'll look at tomorrow with the PMO. So if, and there's also the question that Eva had as well, is it a good idea, is it not a good idea, depending on Michael's view, or to have a common system or not? I'm not just trying to get out of this, but given that we are meeting the PMO tomorrow anyway, it might just be more sensible to speak about it then, once we have administration present, if you agree to that suggestion. Claire? I would still like to answer, Eva, if I may. In France, we also have a centralized system. It's on the basis of contributions. And that's why I referred to this social security coordination mechanism, because that means that in all countries, all other nationals, EU nationals who are in the same situation are covered by the French system. They have their French card, and of course they don't contribute to the French card because they're already contributing to their national system. That is the basic principle behind this coordination system, as the right to pay one single form of social security. I just wanted to answer that question. About your idea of producing a resolution, I believe that's slightly premature. I do think that there is an overall problem here. That is very clear, that all member states are experiencing difficulties here. But having a resolution without knowing the basis for it, I don't agree with that.
I just want to make one point, which I think might be significant, and it is that in our system in Ireland, when I retired and moved back to Ireland, I found myself with a right to an Irish medical card, as does every citizen of the country, and I'm not sure what happens for foreigners. But the problem that you have with this is that the Irish system is severely rationed over time. My new wife had to have her knee done. She was entitled to have that done under the national system. She would have waited 3 years. Instead, she had it done through her own personal private insurance, and she had it done within 3 months. This case goes on throughout the country. It is a very subtle distinction, but I think it's one that has to be taken into account. The national system is seriously restricted in time, and therefore there is an entire industry that's grown up in parallel of private hospitals that will provide, if you have paid your insurance, and that's expensive, but if you pay for your insurance policy, you can have whatever you need within a reasonable amount of time. So I think that insurance, or shortcut, whichever you prefer to look at, is an element that needs to be taken into account.
Je pense que c'est le moment de prendre un peu de...
It's time to have some caffeine, some sugar, and maybe even some sun. It's 22 now, so we'll meet back here on the hour. We have to go through the budget. It's important. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't have a vice chair, but never mind. All right. I like to start on time, at least out of respect for those who are here on time. It's something we learnt back in our commission days. Communication with the adherents. Didier, please. Now, this point concerns different aspects, several different aspects. We've already talked briefly about this. On the one hand, we have the sending of the Vox, which we used to send to all pension holders in their own interest. Now, for reasons you already know, we can no longer send these out to all the pensioners, so from now on we'll only be sending it out to members of the Aiace who wish to receive the paper version. And you can always say that you no longer want to receive the paper version of Vox. Non-members who, despite everything, wish to receive a copy of Vox can indicate they wish to receive it, and we'll add them to the mailing list. The communication will go towards the people who are already signed up, and not to those, but to Vox is one way of recruiting members. We have seen that when certain articles appeared in Vox, we had a wave of requests for new members, so we're told that they're looking to find a solution to nonetheless send this out to each and every one of you, but no solution has been found. The other point concerns internal communications of the association to all the members. Now, in view of the structure of our association, each section has a list of members, and IACA, the international, also has to have a list of all members. It's a legal obligation as an association under Belgian law. We've just checked this again in the Code of Associations, which is a mandatory legal document. Associations must at all times have a complete list of all the members with their first name, surname, and address. Now, as related to this problem of sending out Vox, we've had problems in obtaining from the Belgian sections the actual addresses of our members. Well, we couldn't get hold of them initially, but now we have the addresses only of members who wish to receive a paper copy of Vox. We don't have everybody's, so Belgium needs to come in line with Belgian rules that also applies to them, as it does to us. Now, until now, when there were important communications for members, we would always work through the sections. We would send them out to the members of the board and send them the information saying, please get this to your members. We never had asked for any information, for any reply, but we have heard that some sections do that regularly and do it very well. Others do it only on a very irregular or occasional basis. Some don't do it hardly at all, or they do it so discreetly that information is not visible. Now, as we don't have the possibility to directly contact members, and certainly not by email, then the sections need to realize that important information needs to be communicated to members. This is in Article 2 of the internal rules. So the members of the board, please reread Article 2, and in future I'm sure we will have to have recourse to this Article 2. This is an obligation on sections to transfer this or transmit the information to the members. We're in contact every week, but to send the call to the annual general meeting, that is something we need to do. Say, well, you can send that with Vox. On the paper version of Vox, we can do that. But those that are not signed up to receive that, obviously we can't do that. So this time we came to an agreement with DG Aiace to send out the call by mail for the AGM to members who no longer receive Vox. However, we do need to find a structural solution to this issue, because communication and information are in fact the most important elements of our association, because we're also there to defend pensioners and also to keep them abreast of matters. Let me just talk about the call and the commission to EPSO and the two sections. Neither of these two sections have received the information, neither of these sections to which I belong, at least. And neither do we know whether all sections have warned their members they had the possibility today to follow the General Assembly online. We do know that certain sections have provided this information. We don't know if everybody has. Of course, we hope everybody has. Thank you very much. Any comments? This is a little bit unpleasant because it does create, obviously we have to be sparing with what we send out. So some people require certain information. It's not relevant for others, but we do want to be able to get all the information that people need to them. But we're in a bit of a tricky situation here. I was rather surprised because I take the example of EPSO and the call from EPSO, which I sent to everybody. And I received 3 emails from people who were interested, and I didn't think there were only 3 people interested out of 15,000 members. Are there only 3 people wanting to be part of an EPSO jury? You see what I mean? It's not very nice to have to say this. We don't want to send out information going out that people don't want to see, and we don't want to have to check, but of course we want everyone to be fully informed of everything that's going on. So Didier is doing this in a very precise way, and information doesn't always get out to everybody's, because certain sections think they don't have much to do with us as the international body. So, yes, Viola.
Yes, thank you very much. I was told that I absolutely must speak German, and I'll gladly do that. I have a question. We have received some information saying that the General Assembly was going to be uploaded to the website, and then under up to latest developments we saw a very nice photo, and then Didier also pointed this out. We are having our General Assembly even if we don't have the critical mass. That's how we've always proceeded. But now I have a question. For us, there are about at least 20% of our members don't have internet access, they don't have email, they have nothing at all. And that is extremely cumbersome then when we have to reach out to these people and everything has to be sent to them manually. I think that exceeds our capacities. There are only 7 of us on the board.
Well, yes, there are some sections, it's true, that are a bit more modern. They've got members who I think Finland section, everyone's very much au fait with the new technologies, but other sections are perhaps not quite so internet savvy, you know, so that's other sections, Luxembourg. I was very surprised because Mark said that they send out all the information through a parliament system. They have to send them out 25 at a time to individuals. Imagine if you've got thousands of members having to send these out 15 at a time, 25 at a time. It's very unwieldy. So I quite agree. It's communication is not easy, and you can't always go to the different sites, but we have to do our best.
There are other possible solutions too. I know that, for example, the France section has Global List. It's a private service provider from the social economy who does this for low cost. And I could perhaps just reiterate my appeal to Jacques. I think it would be a good idea to explain what your system is to the other sections. I think that might be useful for them. Despina is also explaining something to me. It's always possible to ask the OIB to send in some information if you need information. Indeed, and this will be on the agenda at the next communication seminar. We're going to go through this section by section and speak about the difficulties that you have in communicating with your members. That is what we're going to talk about at the next seminar. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying it's a shame. We do what we can with what we have. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to the point on the budget. I'll give the floor to Marc. Marc, the floor is yours.
Bon, je me rends compte que ce n'est pas le sujet le plus sexy.
Well, I know it's not the sexiest subject or the funniest topic either, but we have to do it. So, with my apologies. The statutes do say that it is the Board of Management that has to hold the accounts and then draw up the draft budget. And that has been done, indeed, by the Board of Management. That happened in April, just last month. Therefore, the accounts and this budget now have to be put forward for the approval of the General Assembly. And the General Assembly also has to agree to the 2021 accounts. And then you have to grant the discharge to the accountant. So in your files, you should find the relevant documents. These have been wonderfully compiled. On the first page, you'll see the balance sheet. The balance sheet is really just a snapshot of our financial situation as of the 31st of December 2021. Then you'll find the management accounts. They explain what happened during 2021, whether that is in receipts or expenditure. That is compared with what the situation was the previous year, 2020, and how it stands relating to the budget that the General Assembly had approved last year. Then, after that, you'll quite simply see the comments. I can be quite brief on this subject because you will find all of those comments in your files. You will also see the auditor's report. That will be presented to you by Jean-Jacques Béraud, who is sitting to my right. Then after that, you'll find the annual report on social activities, and that is a report that we have to compile on the basis of the agreement that we have with the Commission and the other institutions. We receive contributions from all institutions, but in return we have to justify how they are spent, and that is what I try to do in this report that you will see on social activities. So if you look at the first document, this is the balance sheet. There's one thing that jumps out, or jumps out to me at any rate, and that is this figure here that you'll find right on the right-hand side. In the column 31/12/2021, you can see that the result of the financial year 2021 was 115,000 euros in surplus. We might have a whole discussion about what we're intending to do with it, and so on and so forth, but I'll just try to explain to you how we arrived at that result. And to explain that, move on to the next document, if you will. This is the management accounts for the 2021 financial year. On the right-hand side, you'll see the columns that relate to receipts. There are two types of receipts, primarily. Firstly, there are the section's membership fees. As you know, each section pays 18 euros per member to the Aiace Central. And you can see this distributed between the 15 sections, the amount that is paid to the organization. You'll see the total amount of receipts through the sections. That is 250,000 euros for 2021. The second major resource is contributions that we receive from institutions, and that's the ones that I just mentioned. And we have an obligation to justify how those funds are used. And that corresponded to 155,000 euros in 2021. Just a couple of remarks, because I spoke to you about this surplus that we had at the end of 2021, which amounts to 115,000 euros. We ought to point out that the section's contributions, which were 15 euros, and now went to 18 euros in 2015. At that moment in time, our finances were slightly stretched. And after lengthy efforts, we managed to convince the sections to increase their contributions from 15 euros to 18 euros per member. A number of sections then passed on that increase to the subscription fee that they were asking of their members. Others chose not to, but each section was free to decide on how they went about that. Therefore, this increase took place in 2015. And that really allowed us to survive all the way through to 2018. In 2018, if you look at the accounts from back then, you will see that we were in the red. That means that that increase had been eaten up by new activities, price increases, and so on and so forth. So in 2018, Didier and I went around the institutions, starting with the Commission, and then we went to the other institutions, and we managed to obtain an increase in their contributions. From the Commission gave us a 20% increase, and then all other institutions followed suit. And that allowed us, by 2020, to have a 20% increase in our receipts. But unfortunately, or unfortunately, I'm not sure how you see it, this increase in receipts came at a time when our expenditure significantly decreased, because 2019, 2020, our expenditure was very low, especially during 2021 as well, because of the pandemic. And we put a stop to all of our physical meetings, whether that was the Bureau meetings, the Board of Management meetings, or the General Assembly. And they had to take place on Zoom. So we had an increase in receipts, which had increased in the way I've just described. However, if you look in the column on the left-hand side, that is the expenditure side, you'll see that the personnel expenditure hasn't really changed much if you compare it against 2019 or the years before that, because we've always had 1.5 people in the Secretariat, meaning that staffing expenses haven't really varied much even throughout the pandemic. We might say the same when it comes to running costs as well. That hasn't changed much either. Insurance, IT materials, and so on and so forth haven't really varied much. However, travel costs, whether we're talking about the Bureau, the Board of Management, or the working groups, etc., they were reduced to practically nothing. They've gone from 1,200-ish to from the 45,000 that had been budgeted for 2021. Because when we drew up the 2021 budget, we were thinking that perhaps we could go back to holding our meetings in person, but unfortunately that didn't turn out to be the case. So in 2021, it wasn't possible to hold any in-person meeting. That's for the travel costs and meeting costs. In the meeting costs, you can quite simply see there's that 14,000 euros for the General Assembly. As I've said, the General Assembly had to take place using Zoom with interpretation, but the cost of that General Assembly and that system was 14,000 euros. Regarding media, there are two forms of media that we use. Vox, and we have our website. Vox costs about the same, and here I see zero. It cost us nothing in 2021. Everything was covered by the OIB, whether that is the editing, printing costs, and sending costs. Everything was covered. However, we have been just going through a modernization process of our website, and Dominique and Didier perhaps will give us a brief presentation tomorrow on what the new website looks like, even if it's not yet online. We'll also see legal costs as well, which are relatively high. That's about 8,000 euros. That was as part of the, how can I put this, pension reconversion issue. So primarily those are the expenses there. Then running costs. Here you'll see all of the expenses relating to social activities. And here you can see that there is a report covering everything that we've done in this domain, and that serves as justification for those social activities. I'd just like to run quickly through this report on the social actions, because there might be a couple of tables in there which might be of interest to you. Firstly, with the first one, which is the number of members in the Aiace. For 2 years, for 2020 and 2021, if you look at the number of retired former officials of all of the institutions combined, you can see that was 28,462 former officials covering all of the institutions in 2021. Then the next column along is the number of members of the association. We see there are 13,824 members in 2021, which means that the ratio of the number of members has remained steady. It's always about 50% of the number of retired former officials who become members of the association. Given that we've seen an increase of about 5% year on year in the number of retired officials, that also means that there is an increase to the tune of about 5% of the number of members of the Aiace. Then the second table, this is on page 2, that shows the expenditure on social activities per section. You'll see the 15 different sections there, and you can see that in total we spent 221,000 euros on social actions. And you can see how they break down as well per section. If we compare this with the next table, this is contributions from the institutions, and there you will see, and you'll see this in the management accounts as well, the institutions paid 155,000 euros in contributions in 2021. These contributions are used to finance purely social activities. They don't cover our running costs. But you will see that our expenditure on social issues comes to over 200,000 euros. The institutions only finance part of that. I believe that the final figure is about 70% of our social expenditure. And that means that members' contributions also go towards making up that remaining 30% of the social activities. And that shows that members' contributions essentially cover the association's running costs, but they also partially finance social activities. And that's very important when it comes to providing justification for the Commission and the other institutions. Because despite the fact that we have this surplus of 115,000 euros for 2021, we see that our expenditure on social activities was far higher than the contributions that we received from the institutions. And that justifies these contributions. The question is, what will happen to these 115,000 euros. What can we do with that surplus? It's a very large surplus, and it's been accumulating, building on the previous reserves. As I explained, we had to increase the subscriptions or the dues in 2015. We asked for an increase in contributions in 2020. I'm just going to present to you the 2022 budget, and this is a budget which is more or less balanced, which means that we're going to use all of our resources. And these reserves that we've been accumulating should mean that we no longer have to increase the section's contributions, or not for the moment. And we won't have to increase the institution's contributions either, perhaps for a few years, but that will be up to my successor to make those proposals. For the time being, I think it's a healthy balance, and it should allow us to survive for the next few years without encountering any major financial difficulties. And with that, that brings my presentation of the accounts to an end. Shortly I'll be presenting the budget to you, but first of all, you have to adopt these accounts. But our friend Jean-Jacques might also wish to say a few words. Thank you very much. You have a real knack for allowing us to understand figures. It's not always easy. I'll speak about that more later, but I'd like to give the floor to our auditor, Jean-Jacques, who had to work alone during this financial year because Willy Ubeck, the second auditor, I don't know what the exact term is. It's the big bad person who has to come in to make sure that no errors have been made. Willy Ubeck had also been there in performing the role of auditor for a while, has had some quite serious health concerns, and we couldn't really ask him to work with us on this, but Jean-Jacques generously accepted to go it alone, and I will give him the floor. Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques. Thank you very much, Dominique, for giving the big bad auditor the floor. It's reassuring to have someone keeping an eye on things. It has a very important role. Well, I should just say that that was a very interesting presentation of the budget and the accounts. So what can you say as an auditor following that? Article 7 of the financial regulations requires these accounts to be submitted. You will find that reference in your file. But my report is a very formal one. It brings together a number of pieces of essential information as provided for by Article 7 of the financial regulations. And that's why I think it's worthwhile just giving you a very brief overview or providing you with some extra information if I can. As you know, probably, this is the first time I've worked on this because I was appointed as an auditor. Really, it's a control function rather than auditor in the stricter sense, but I was appointed auditor during the previous General Assembly. Unfortunately, as our president said, I was forced to work on this alone, despite the fact that Willy Ubeck had been available previously. Now, I managed to complete this task, but it wouldn't have been possible without Marc and his team, notably Claire and Anne-Pascale, who provided me with all of the explanations I needed to perform my task, and it also allowed me an insight into how all of these accounts were being managed, and indeed they do conform to the regulations, the financial regulations in question. I should also say that my auditing was also made easier by the reduction in financial transactions, notably the expenditure, as we heard with the example of travel costs was given. That is because of the health situation. And perhaps I'm the only one in this General Assembly to have actually gained something from the pandemic.
Nevertheless, I carried out my monitoring, especially on the ground at home. I was sent all the essential information, and also on the ground in Brussels, looking at all the different assets and liability activity, as well as the financial year's receipts. The most important, I couldn't do everything. I looked at the most significant and the links to social spending and to staff. The very few amendments were all taken on board that I suggested. Now, further, management aid was sent to the attention of the people that were involved in the financial process. The Treasurer, Secretary General, and our other colleague here, to put forward some proposals, some suggestions to favour the execution of the budget, and allow me to say, without that, questioning my positive opinion that I worded here in my report. Sorry to use the first person singular, but considering the fact that I'm doing this myself, it's difficult to say that I use different forms. So, everything was already taken on board. The suggestion that I put forward was a study with the national section that was concerned based on the circumstances. So based on what I put forward, I mentioned in my report to have had reasonable assurance that the balance sheet gave a proper reflection of the situation of 21st of December up to 21st December 2021 and reflected the proper receipts, etc. So I therefore said that the Treasurer should be discharged for the financial year 2021. I thank you, but of course if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you so much, Jean-Jacques. Does anybody have any questions? I love this word reasoning. Am I ever reasonable? Anyway, thank you so much for your work. And you understood that next year you're going to have to do a bit more because we will be back around Europe on the ground. It's very important to have somebody who can verify accounts. For Mark, it reassures him that he hasn't committed any errors and that all expenditure is properly accounted for. And he did it excellently. So, can we discharge Sanda? I guess it has to be voted upon. Richard, I would just like to propose to discharge Mark, thanking him so much for the work he has carried out up to this point. Thank you so much over the past few years. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was going to do it later, but you're giving me the opportunity now to thank Mark very deeply. It was myself who managed to bring Mark in 11 years ago when I became Secretary General, and he accepted. He wanted to leave last year after the year after my election, and he was eloquent enough to say that I will not leave right now, considering the fact that you've been elected. But in a year I will leave. And I said already, Mark and I were exchanging mails, and it was eloquently written in the spirit of friendship. And we also found somebody else who would be nominated during the management board meeting, because that's within their remit. Mark gave us the beautiful present of remaining in the bureau, but not as the treasurer anymore. What Mike has done for our organization, for Aiace, is wonderful. He's extraordinary. He deserves it as a treasurer and as the wonderful man that he is. Thank you so much. Thank you, but you're not leaving us exactly. So, the budget for 2022. I can't leave you exactly because I have to go through the budget for 2022. Exactly, yes. We spoke about beneficiaries, and to be explicit, in our statute, it is provided that within our legislation, in Belgian legislation, we need to have verifiers, monitors, and that certain roles are set for certain people that are accredited. And that was accepted. Yes, the statute says that in legislation we speak about monitors and checkers, and then they play the role of auditors for our accounts within the framework of legislation, applicable legislation. There's no points of conflict there. We could change the statute, but it doesn't really make sense to do that for something like this. Further, Jean-Jacques, you spoke about the blue book. That's what we called it before when I was working in auditing. That's a recommendation letter, and we were spoken to about a letter of recommendation for the section. Every year, our version for social actions, we have an amount that is agreed upon by the management boards for social action. Further, the year after, I'm to receive a justification of expenditure, and Aiace then is reimbursed the amounts that haven't been spent. When I pay for the new social action, I then am asked for the amount that has not been spent the previous year. When this occurs, we don't have proper compensation between receipts and expenditure, or also for transparency of accounts, we need to know what is due and what needs to be reimbursed. If there is the exception of, or the acceptance of the creditor, for example, if for a section we see that there's an understanding that there has to be a particular amount that has to be reimbursed by the new amount, then the compensation comes into play. And that is what Jean-Jacques was referring to. I believe that we're going to, at the management board, try and ensure that this is accepted. That automatically you can deduce the due amount from the amount paid. For this year, that hasn't occurred, but it could be useful if that could be agreed upon within the management board. Jean-Jacques. Sorry, Mike, to take the floor again. When you were speaking there, and I wasn't specific, I would like to add that for internal auditing at a global level for Aiace, for Aiace International and all the sections, we need to ensure that the account monitors for each section had to certify the expenditure, the social expenditure for each section. I put forward this recommendation because it's been 5 years now that I was an auditor for the French section. So I monitor accounts, and when I do this, I know what is within them. It's very easy, therefore, to ask me, or ask other auditors, one of the other two, to certify the amount. This will facilitate the work that the treasurer has to carry out, and it also helps the auditors too. That's just a double suggestion. I know there can be certain difficulties in certain sections, though, as Mark mentions, but that's something that can be discussed. Apologies. Thank you so much. Very good. Thank you very much. Everything that can be simplified is great, considering the fact that we're all volunteers. Transparency, fairness, simplification. Yes, maybe I'll just, before I speak, I see someone wants to take the floor, but maybe I will rather present the budget, then I can respond to questions. So the budget for 2022, I prepared it some time ago, and we had in mind that for just like 2021, that we could once again have meetings in person again, but or rather, I was justified to a certain degree. The Board of Management is going to meet for the second time in person. They already came to Brussels. There are 3 Board of Management meetings a year. 2 of them have already occurred in person. The Bureau meetings also in person. Even if there was the suggestion to only meet 50% of the time in person, it's up to the President to decide upon that. The General Assembly took place here in person, and therefore it's already justified for the 2021 budget. So, the hypotheses that I had for 2022 have come to bear to a certain degree, already established by 2021, that were not properly brought to bear. I imagine it's just a question of chance. There aren't any large-scale amendments. The receipts are the same. For quite some time, I've seen a little increase in the number of members. I can also imagine that there will be an increase in the number of members, but on the whole, not really reflecting reality. Expenditure will be the same for staff. Travel, obviously, will be increasing year on year. Apologies, says the speaker. I was confusing the years. For this year, we already saw in the second to last button on the left, budget 2021, there's a mention of donations for Ukraine, and that has already been carried out on the basis of a decision from the Board of Management. So, we donated. Maybe Didier Dominique can explain that a bit further. We have, the Board of Management decided to transfer €30,000 to aid the situation in Ukraine. Those are the ins and outs of the budget, which brings us to a surplus of 28,000, which is a pretty balanced budget. We can imagine that for 2023 it should be quite balanced too. We're hoping that the Ukraine situation will be resolved by that point, and we won't have to transfer €30,000 of donation, which will allow for us for a margin of €30,000 in surplus for 2023. I have nothing else to add on the budget as it stands. I would like to put forward the adoption of this for the General Assembly. The draft budget, put up the draft budget for adoption here in the General Assembly. So, if you would like to have some explanations on the donation situation, there is an association that was launched, the EU Staff for Climate. It's a civil servant association which aims to address climate change when the COVID-19 crisis broke out, this association set up a subsidiary to deal with the COVID-19 situation. We already made a donation to that in 2020. Now, with the Ukrainian crisis, the same association opened up a new subsidiary to aid people in Ukraine and Ukrainian refugees that are currently in different European countries. This association is managed within the Rob Baudouin Foundation in Belgium. It has a stellar reputation. The president of the board of management of this association is a former Secretary General of the Commission. Our colleagues within the association, not just within the framework of this project, also is abreast of what's going on and examines the situation. Now, this year, we have a certain number of ideas in mind. We have to make up for lost time. We already spoke about a communication seminar that we organized. We have also started up with new meetings with the national funds and also meetings with ambassadors that were once co-financed by the PMO, but now it seems as though right now this may not be the same situation. And a seminar that we called Malaga 2. This is the seminar allowing for an exchange of information and good practices within the social domain between different sections, together with administrations, PMO, and DGHR. I would like to just add, Monique Théâtre started a video on the visibility of the international element of our sections. Now, she's not an expert in communications, but she did an excellent video. We have started off really well. We started to work with different agencies. She got in touch with a number of different communication agencies, one that works a lot for ASBL in Belgium. It's better to have agencies that work with non-for-profit organizations. She's carrying out research, and the amounts are not very high, but maybe 10, 15,000 euro ultimately we're speaking about here. I want to take advantage to thank her too, thank Monique. It allows for us to ensure that we have better visibility, to explain who we are, and it will be available for you to post on your different websites with photos, etc. I think it's good to have that out there and for people to understand us more. Thank you so much. And thanks again, Monique. Okay, now we have to adopt the budget. Do we have questions? Yes. Jean-Philippe Raoul. Just a question on terminology. Is it possible to contract the expenditures? But it's not possible to do that, but rather we can compensate. So I'm asking myself, maybe we shouldn't. We didn't get the agreement on the section, for example, for the amounts here. So could you explain that situation? Yes, good proposal. If the sections are on board, we can put forward to the Board of Management. It's a very good proposal, certainly. From my side, anyway, I don't know what everyone else has to say here.
Well, that makes things easier for me, but it's a bit strange because we send them money and there's been a bit of a problem. Just a final remark was recovery of an amount 3 years ago that had not been recovered from one section. So I can only give a favourable opinion. It wasn't Mark's fault, of course. There were other people involved, and anyway, it's all settled now. It's settled, and I just wanted to make it clear, as I said before, when I made my presentation. So, for the budget 2022, I'm afraid the interpreter missed the first part of that. The microphone was not on. I take it that's approved. Thank you. Mark? I wanted to announce that my intention to stand down as treasurer. I already did this 4 years ago when Joachim was elected. I wasn't able to resist his charm back then, and I accepted to stay on for another 4 years, but those 4 years are up, and I haven't been able to resist Dominique's charm. Well, so I have observed that, in fact, the function to end my functions as treasurer at the same time as the president is not really possible, because you need to help the new president launching their role. So I said the best way to do things would be to step down between presidencies. That would be the chance to search around for a replacement. Which is why I've once again insisted, and I've sent out another email and said that, well, I promised you a year, you've had a year, so now let's talk about succession. And Dominique has done everything she can to find a successor for me, and I think she's managed to do that. So I'm not against the current working of this. It's really a sort of long-term career plan. So I think it was probably the best way to ensure the handover and the succession. So I would very much like to thank Claire, particularly, who's always helped me in my work, and of course the whole secretariat and the whole bureau. They don't get in the way too much, of my management, particularly when they manage to put off these issues, and they really let me get on with my job. Thank you, Mark. And for those who didn't know that, Mark was the commission accountant. So, he was a real no-risk candidate, a very safe pair of hands. Well, thank you very much indeed for all your work. There's another item on the budget following the D'Aurevilly who left for illness. We need a second auditor. We've looked at the networks and looked at names, and I propose the post of second auditor, whatever. Peter Zangel, many of you know him. He worked for a long time in DG2 and auditors, and said, yes, well, he's not designated, not appointed yet, so he's not here. But, he's someone that you've met on a number of occasions. We have two super audits, Jean-Jacques Barotte, former Court of Auditors. I mean, that's really a guarantee, isn't it? And also a charming friend. And Peter Zangel. So I think we can appoint him today, if you agree, and applaud that through. Let me just say that auditors are appointed for 3 years. That was the case for last year. We can now consider this as someone standing down. The new auditor will only be appointed for 2 years, because in 2 years' time we'll be back in the 3-year cycle. Just wanted to make that clear. Well, those of you who know him can congratulate him. Well, I think we've nearly exhausted our agenda. Did you? The next point is the confirmation of the members of the management board. You have a list in your dossier. Unfortunately, this list had to be prepared 2-3 weeks ago because there was time pressure for the printers, and about half of the sections have sent us changes since then. So we've hardly had a day go by without changes in the last few weeks. So I'm going to have to say these names out loud in the order. For Denmark,
Il y a une nouvelle suppléante.
New alternate member, Sophie Killing. For Spain, 2 new alternate members, Francisco Fonseca, Paco, you all know Paco, and Alexandra Cass, whom we can congratulate because she's here. For France, we have a new alternate member, Brigitte Soulier, who has just been elected to the committee. For the Netherlands, there's a new alternate member, Ria Keating. For Finland, with a lot of changes there, the alternate member, Paro Meikinen, becomes a titular member, and then we have Tina Loiko and Lea Valkan, who are new substitutes. And then for Sweden, we have a new titular member, 2, in fact. And Lars was already there. So Eric Hansen, who was there, I think. Is Eric there? No. And a new substitute, Pauline Torfam. That means that for Finland, we'll say goodbye to Aino Salomeki, who is here for an exceptional job, says the chair, and Ulla Reppanen, who has also done an excellent job, who's not there. For Sweden, we say goodbye to Margareta Wold, who will miss very much, and Marina Wolfbrand. And for Spain, we say goodbye to Ismael Olivares, who has given over his place as a substitute. So I'm sorry I couldn't have given you an updated list, but this was all coming in at the very last minute. So I would invite you to agree to the confirmation. This is an obligation of the rules. Microphone for the chair, please. UK, has that not changed? In the UK, there haven't really changes as far as I know. I've got Tom Kennedy, David Harley as, and then Robert Hull and Belinda Pike as the substitutes. Is that right? Richard, can you confirm that's the case?
L'exactitude des noms.
Yes, I can confirm the exactitude of the names before the meeting that just happened in the General Assembly in the UK. Since then, the committee took place, and that includes Michael and Martin. I think we may have to notify changes going forward, but these changes not having been notified is not up to me, because I'm not a member of the management board for the UK, so I can't make suggestions on ideas that haven't been put forward. Thank you. Well, that's what Tom said. There would doubtless be some new appointments, and they're not here right now, so we can't confirm them at this stage. In any case, thanks to all the members of the management board. I mean, having been the president of a section myself, I know that if you do it well, it's even more work than being president of the international body. It's slightly different, but it's a non-stop effort. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the people I'm not saying I wasn't doing anything for the international either, but you know what I mean. Every day you've got particular questions, you've got expenses to be covered and medicines that haven't been reimbursed, all these little everyday things that need to get sorted. So thank you very much to all of you for doing that so selflessly. Viola? Yes, can I just ask one more question? I probably should know the answer, but I don't know the answer. What do we do if one section and all the 4 members which are appointed and the substitutes cannot take part in a meeting of the ICA? Can we ask another section to represent us if there's a vote or something like that? Yes, that gives me the pleasure to welcome on Wednesday, to welcome Richard and Princess Adam, which whom I particularly admire, to come along as observers, if you like, to the ICA, because there will be no representatives from the UK. And we can give, of course, a proxy to someone. Of course, the sections do need to be represented. The Belgian section hasn't sent any representatives to IAC or to the AGM, and I'm very sad about that. Italy, too. Italy hasn't either. That's also quite a large number of people, but Franco, President, for family reasons, his mother's very, very old and he wasn't able to come because he's looking after her. But that's a pity. No big deal. Thank you for your question, Viola. The microphone's off, I'm afraid. The interpreters can't hear the speaker. Well, the next item, the Congress. For those of you who are used to this, at every management board we announce the Congress dates for the following year so that people can see or not whether they're going to be able to go. Now, it won't be possible this time after having held a number of meetings to look at holding this in Europe, and most members prefer this in the south of Europe. We are looking to another site which is easy to reach by plane or by train, but certainly with direct flights, because many of you are asking for a direct flight at an affordable price, somewhere where there is the necessary infrastructures, both in terms of hotel rooms and meeting rooms. For hotel rooms, it may seem like a minor detail, but let me remind you that the hotel that we choose must have at least a certain number of rooms with showers. Some of you can no longer climb in and out of bathtubs. That's just the way it is. So our choice was Munich, among other reasons because we'd already received an offer from Munich a number of years ago already. And after going over the notes from back then, I went to see the Holiday Inn with Action in Munich. It's a business hotel, a large hotel, 400 rooms. In fact, there are very few rooms with a bathtub. It's got a big conference center just on the outskirts of the old town. Direct rail link from Munich Airport right into the hotel almost. There's a metro station and then you're in the hotel. The price is reasonable, a little bit high, but still reasonable. So we have high hopes. We've been to talk to the hotel about it and I think we reached an agreement. But it then turned out that the date that we wanted to hold it was Ascension weekend. Now we are aware that a number of you systematically act to avoid these long weekends of Whitsun and so on, and particularly more importantly in a Catholic, in a country that's so Catholic leaning as Bavaria, it's difficult to have speakers in a long weekend, especially as we have to start on a Sunday for reasons of availability. And as we've asked for other dates, the prices were so high that they were completely outside our budget and your budget. So we had to give up on the idea of Munich. Now, in view of the fact that we'd set our sights on Germany, we wondered if we couldn't go back to Berlin. We already looked at Berlin a few years back, and the conclusion was negative, among other reasons, because the Convention Bureau hadn't really done their homework and didn't really point us in the right direction. Now, this time, Aiace has got some direct information on the ground in Berlin, and what we're trying to do now is have a deeper dive into this destination, and certain people have said, no, we've all been to Berlin, don't want to go there again. Some people, 50% want to do that, 50% want to do something else. So we're going to see if that's going to work with Berlin, and if it doesn't work with Berlin, then we'll have to cast around again and see if we can find somewhere else. One possibility, well, the other possibilities that were envisaged for next year was Prague on the one hand, but the only available hotel at a reasonable price didn't have showers. Malaga was another destination which is very easy to get to by plane, and the airport is very close to the city, but the prices demanded by the hotels that could accommodate us were scandalously high. And then there was Tallinn, which offered us quite reasonable prices, a hotel very close to this town centre, reasonable access, not many direct flights, but in view of the current situation, we thought it probably wasn't the best idea to go there. But as our Finnish colleague mentioned, we might think about that for next year, and link that up with the Finnish section, because in the Baltic countries sometimes there are movements to try and set up their own section. There's not many of them, but I'm sure that will happen soon. So within a very short time, we're going to need to know what we're doing so everyone can start to organize their calendars for next year and their agendas. Not easy to have speakers of the level and the caliber that we had this morning. The bar has been set very high indeed. Just a short question. You justified that saying there won't be speakers from Bavaria. Well, that's what I understood anyway. Isn't that what you said? You wouldn't get speakers? No. I mean, you could always get the commission president who doesn't live in Bavaria, and other personalities who don't live in Bavaria. Or perhaps I just got the wrong end of the stick when you spoke before. Well, yes and no. Over that weekend, we can't expect to have the mayor of Munich or members of the parliament. That said very clearly, institutional representatives, but there's also the logistics over that weekend. There's a lot of things that will be closed. When we start on a Sunday, we say that's okay, we'll come on Thursday and then we can buy things on site. No, they said everything will be closed on Thursday, maybe Friday if you're lucky. So, you know. We can only base ourselves on the information we're getting from the people on the ground in Munich. I think they offered us some good prices because it was the Ascension weekend and nobody else wanted to come and stay, perhaps. The first criterion is to make it easier for people to get to the place in question. When I heard there was only one direct flight a week from Finland to Greece. Now, I apologize because we simply didn't know that. and Rostock doesn't have an airport. So, if you have any bright ideas, put them to us by the end of this meeting. But Richard knows we had the same discussion. You know, organizing these management meetings a bit like love letters. They don't, you know, they're not valid forever. So I don't have any solutions.
Alors, j'avais pensé à changer les dates, Eva, même
I was thinking about changing the dates, and I'd even thought about something along the, well, I know that in May, for example, we all have weddings, holidays, etc., whereas in November or February, there's not much going on. But because we need to make sure that the budget is adopted at certain points in time, it's very clear that it can only be April or May for organizational reasons. So we know that already.
Just a thought, if you wanted to stay in Germany, what about Bonn, particularly because of its importance in European history and the fact that you have or had a huge infrastructure for visitors and congresses in Bonn that is perhaps not now being used to the same degree? How do you get there? There is a major airport, Cologne-Bonn. It's right on the main railway line down the Rhine. It's on major motorway routes. It's just a suggestion.
Merci pour toutes ces idées. Moi,
Well, thank you very much for those ideas. Unless anyone has any further questions, I'd like to wrap this up, because we could spend all the evening discussing this. Everyone has their own ideas. All ideas are welcome. Feel free to send us in ideas. We'll go through them. We're open to anything. It's always good to travel. It's nice to see each other. Tallinn was a lovely idea, but perhaps we can't do that straight away. It's quite close to St. Petersburg, so perhaps it's not the best moment in time. We could think about Italy. I thought Italy might be a good idea, but apparently it's quite expensive. But everything is quite expensive, so please do give us your ideas, send them in. Espena. Comments are off mic, unfortunately. The interpreters cannot hear.
Alors, il y a la Croatie, il y a la Roumanie.
Well, there's Croatia, there's Romania. Anything is possible. Perhaps it's not the ideal time to go to Romania either. Well, as president, it's the first time I'm saying that I, as president, I will not go to Poland or Hungary for the time being. And it pains me to say it. It really does. But there are 8,000 Ukrainian women who have been raped, who have gone to Poland, and they don't even have the right to an abortion.
Ça n'a rien à voir avec l'Aiace, mais c'est aussi parce que...
Nothing to do with our organisation, but because they're European citizens, quite simply. Sorry to have to say it.
Et Monsieur Skinas l'a dit lui-même.
Mr. Skinas himself said it. I'm trying not to mix up my activities, but here I'm thinking as a fellow citizen. These are countries that could be sanctioned by the European Union. And I apologize to our Polish friend over here. I have nothing personal against you. It's simply my personal stance. It's the state I'm talking about. We're not going to Hungary or Poland. Tomorrow, perhaps Didier has thrown us off course, but tomorrow, in the morning, we will have representatives visiting us from the administrative bodies. Essentially, it's going to be DGHR, the PMO, and the Court of Justice. Then in the afternoon, we'll have a presentation from Reinhard Schult on the internal market and all the achievements of the Mrs. von der Leyen Commission. Then after that, Alexandra is going to give us a wonderful report from the Spain section, looking at the future of the European Union. Then there will be a brief presentation of the website. And then there's the gala dinner. The gala dinner or the presentations? Well, the 9:30 is the starting time for the morning. 9:30 till 1 o'clock, that's the morning session. Then 3 p.m. until 5:30. And then there's the gala dinner. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much for having stayed the course all day with us, and we see each other very soon.
Non, mais attends. On a oublié la fin de la...